Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Athens. My name is Marana Vasilaki, and I am the project coordinator for one of the project partners, the University of Lyon Lumière 2. And it's my pleasure today to open the second day of the final forum, which will be dedicated to curating, acquiring, and processing the cultural heritage data. I would like to warmly welcome you today, here, all of you in the room, and also those joining us online. Thank you for being with us today. Yesterday set a strong foundation. We discovered ANCHISE project, their solutions. We heard from the institutions that support this work, and we listened both from developers and end users. And they've been speaking openly about what the tools can already do and what they still need to. Today, we build on that momentum. And we'll be focusing on something just as decisive: data. No data in an abstract way, but a very precise question that shape our daily work and how we collect it, how we process the heritage information, how we document it, how we structure it, and of course, how we connect it, as Sophie said. And more than this, how we make it useful for the professional who need it most. And today matters because cultural heritage data, it's never neutral. It carries context, provenance, interpretation, and of course, responsibility. When data is fragmented, inaccessible, or inconsistent, we'll lose more than information. We'll lose continuity, we'll lose context, effectiveness, and sometimes we'll lose trust. But when we curate it carefully, when connected responsibly, and we make it interoperable, we strengthen the entire chain: the research, the documentation, the prevention, and of course, the public action. This is why today brings together a wide community, the dedicated and confirmed researchers in humanities and computer sciences, the museum professionals, both from public institutions and from NGOs, and of course, our young colleagues, young researchers. The challenges we face, they are not belonging to one sector. And of course, the solutions cannot belong to one sector either. ANCHISE exists precisely because it was built through dialogue and between these communities. And today is designed to keep that dialogue practical, honest, and of course, useful. To open the day, I am pleased to welcome back Sophie Delapierre, who is the head of Department of the Heritage Protection of ICOM, who will share her rich expertise in curating, acquiring, and processing cultural heritage data. You heard from her yesterday, and we are glad to welcome her back today. Sophie, the floor is yours.
Dear ANCHISE partners, dear colleagues, I first would like to express my gratitude for having the opportunity to open this second day of the ANCHISE Final Forum. As speakers and panelists already recalled yesterday, the ANCHISE project has demonstrated over the course of its implementation how technological innovation can support cultural heritage protection. Today, we will focus on a fundamental dimension of this work, the curating, acquiring, and processing cultural heritage data. This introduction, as a keynote, will aim to emphasize on the need for the involvement of cultural heritage professionals for the success of digital or technological solutions dedicated to cultural heritage protections. If curating and acquiring cultural heritage have always been core missions for museums and their professionals, nowadays this work is taking on a new dimension. Indeed, digitization processes are emerging as opportunity to also enhance the protection of cultural heritage as it faces evolving threats. In recent years, cultural heritage collections are increasingly being integrated into the research and development of new heritage protection solutions, fostering the creation of databases and technological tools, as can be seen with the ANCHISE project. It is important to note that this process, which is based on the analysis of data, would not be possible without the foundational work of cultural institutions, particularly museums and their staff, in terms of the documentation, cataloging, and curation of cultural heritage records. Collection management and complete documentation are indeed essential for proper digitization process. Speaking about documentation, let's also recall ICOM advocacy work regarding the need of updated inventories, which should be considered as priority number one for museums engaged in the fight against illicit traffic of cultural goods. A museum properly managed should know exactly the composition of its collections. This can, of course, represent an important challenge for museums that have millions of artifacts. But the first step of museum protection is to know what must be protected. Digitized collection provide an invaluable record of the digital collection provide an invaluable record in the event of theft, loss, or disaster, as the data can be shared in a matter of seconds. This process is therefore beneficial in the fight against illicit trafficking, as it helps to track the movement of objects more effectively. Back to the question of documentation. And taking advantage of digitization, documentation can be strengthened and categorization facilitated if based on inventory standards. The question was raised yesterday about the need for standards to follow, and here it is important to stress the international standards already existing, freely available, such as Object ID. This internationally recognized documentation standard has been conceived in the 90s to document and describe collection. This tool has been created, I quote, in collaboration with the museum community, police and custom agencies, the art trade, the insurance industry, and valuers of art and antiques, with experts from more than 80 countries. This simple method guides users in describing an object following 4 steps and 9 categories. Object ID is one tool among others. Experts in documentations, such as within the International Committee ICOM documentation, are quite prolific. Researches and discussions on taxonomy and categorization are numerous and, in any case, unavoidable in case of construction of a database. As I said, standards exist, therefore there is no need to reinvent the wheel. Let's base the new projects on existing standards, which have proved the efficiency, but still need to be disseminated to reach universality. Advantages of digitization are generally well understood, as digitization has already produced beneficial outcomes in terms of heritage protection. But let's recognize that it also presents challenges. Some institutions may lack the necessary resources, such as funding or staffing, to carry out this process. Digitization that is carried out by external companies may also result in questions relating to copyright and data ownership arising. Likewise, digitization processes should adhere to museum standards, including ICOM standards, regarding inventory methodology, terminology, and the cataloging of cultural heritage. These processes must also align with relevant national legislation and standards. Last but not least, digitization must navigating complex legal requirements, and the digital preservation must be ensured on long-term scale. Yet, it is important to keep in mind that overcoming each of those challenges is possible with a step-by-step methodology. For the final point of this keynote, it is important to stress again the unique role of cultural heritage professionals, who must remain at the heart of digitization processes, as they possesses the expertise, the legitimacy, and the ethical responsibility to act as custodians of cultural heritage and the data that represents it. Digitization should empower cultural institutions in general and museums in particular in their role as curators and protectors, while also creating bridges with other sectors and enabling the interdisciplinary cooperation that is essential to combat the illicit trafficking of cultural property. For this to succeed, digitization must be approached ethically and sustainably, and supported by clear standards, appropriate resources, and strong institutional involvement and commitment. Once this level will be reached and quantitative and qualitative data will be available, only then the technological tools will be able to be used in their full potential. Only then we will have the technological tools we all dream of. Only then we will be able to combat in the most effective way the traffickers of cultural goods. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sophie, for this clear and engaging keynote. We now move forward from this institutional viewpoint to a wider research ecosystem that underpins innovation in the field. And the session will be addressed the critical and distinctive dimension of ANCHISE project, how humanities and social sciences research fundamentally shaped technological innovation. While many technology-driven projects treat humanities as secondary input or user community, ANCHISE embedded the sciences research as equal partner for the outset. I am more than pleased to welcome back Professor Véronique Jankowski from the École Française d'Athènes, Professor Vincent Michel from the Poitiers University, and Professor Olivier Henry from the Université Lumière Lyon 2. Professors, the floor is yours. We get used to work together for so many times, so Axel Kerep Parks, our tech partner, it's also part of this speech. Sorry, Axel.
Since I'm not professor, you know.
Okay, so thank you all for being here again, and to all those colleagues online today. I'm happy to introduce this roundtable and session about the role of humanities and their connections to innovation. Because as you may have understood it already from yesterday's discussions, ANCHISE was really an interdisciplinary project. First, because it is a bottom-up approach, and this bottom-up approach has bring us to really create a methodology that is fundamentally based on this interdisciplinarity. And it's many times interdisciplinarity is a motto, transdisciplinarity as well is a motto from authorities, ministries, universities. In the case of ANCHISE, we were really learning from the different professional culture that were involved in our team, in our consortium. And believe me, it's not that obvious. It's not that easy to do that. We were, I think, learning a lot about different mindset. But when you do so, you have really to get involved in different professional culture, different professional mindset. You learn about specific obstacles, about possibilities. So you have to make decision and combine your approach according to this different mindsets. So this session intends to address a critical and distinctive dimension of ANCHISE, how humanities and social sciences research fundamentally shaped technological innovation. We have known about many technology-driven projects, treating humanities as a secondary input or mere user community. And ANCHISE, at the contrary, embedded humanities and social sciences research as an equal partner from the outset. So we bridge also with the ICOM keynote on museum data practices that you've just heard about, and we bridge also the afternoon sessions on user feedback and data interconnection, because it demonstrates that effective data tools require not just technical specification, but deep understanding of the context in which heritage crime occurs and the communities that must use these tools that were presented yesterday. So what we want to emphasize first in this session is that cultural heritage trafficking is fundamentally a human problem requiring human understanding. And in that respect, technologies enable us, but knowledge must guide us in this research. So this is the reason why we were working following these specific methods to have humanities and social sciences driving the line and designing the form of the research. ANCHISE embedded humanities and social sciences research from the start, also because we are living in a world of fake news, of fake in general, and we are aware about the danger of that, which means that we need to get reliable information, reliable research. And this is what humanities and social sciences are for. We were doing many studies during that project, and these studies, relying on strong methodologies based on humanities and social sciences background and framework, these studies intend to provide reliable information to the actors working in the fight against illicit trafficking. So we hope, and we've promoted that in the deliverable of ANCHISE, we hope that we are able now to go to the next step with this reliable information. We've gathered a lot of quantitative data, we've gathered a lot of analysis of case studies that will make it possible for the future to rely on specificities of the phenomenon. Because as I said yesterday, this phenomenon is constantly evolving, so we cannot find right solutions if we do not know about the reality and the actual form of this phenomenon of looting. So I would like first to ask Vincent about these huge studies that was undertaken in the framework of ANCHISE. Your team, Vincent, organized the first major scientific event of the project in Poitiers. What are the main revelations, the main conclusion of this symposium about archaeological trafficking and the recent evolutions of it?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Veronique. In 2024, the University of Poitiers hosted a conference that brought together for 2 days around 30 researchers from across Europe, Middle East, North Africa, and many representation of many countries. To be clear, the aim of Poitiers Symposium was to generate intelligence and usable scientific data in order to better understand the phenomena of this topic and to enlighten several key challenges in addressing this issue. The protection of cultural heritage relies on the mobilization of the social science, which are able to describe, analyze, and explain the phenomena that occur in society and its different groups to generate research, implement systematically interdisciplinary action, and build comprehensive and cross-cutting strategy, from the identification of objects to trial, through, of course, a period of investigation. And the goal is the restitution. At Poitiers, what we seek to develop, notably through the research cell of trafficking in cultural property, CELTRAC, is to strengthen academic research on trafficking in cultural goods in order to understand the mechanism of the polymorphous criminal activity ranging from petty delinquency to organized crime and terrorism. It's also appears essential to establish a pluridisciplinary network that is beneficial both to researchers and to law enforcement agencies, but also to give the floor to the art market, important actor, not enemy, of course. We need them to fight. The analysis produced in Poitiers have focused primarily on Europe, notably in East, as Ukraine, Balkan, but also in Spain, in France, outside of Europe, also with many contributions concerning other countries as Cambodia, Yemen, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Turkey. The recent awareness of the vulnerability of the art market to this form of trafficking has reinforced the need to conduct provenance research, first, on cultural property, and to define a clear methodology. This work, which involves tracing the illegal origin of an object and reconstructing its trajectory, lie at the heart of current debate of the European ANCHISE project. The deliverable publication brings together on 30 authors from all over the world, represent a first comparative synthesis on the vulnerability to archaeological trafficking. It pursues several objectives and was structured in 3 parts. First, political economy of looting and trafficking in context of crisis. The identification of typologies of objects stolen from museum or private collection remain a priority even where inventories exist. But also it is essential to define the specific vulnerabilities of objects that are not inventoried or from clandestine excavation, in particular those objects most frequently targeted by trafficking in Libya, Afghanistan, Syria, Egypt, but also Cambodia and Ukraine. This requires defining typology of goods concerned, as well as typology of context, of origin of the stolen or looting. Second important theme, it's about actor and road. The art market is flooded with stolen and looted objects. It's fact. This item circulates after being transformed into goods, simple goods, but with a false history, with a new pedigree. And when they come into the legal art market, they become difficult to identify as illicit. This creates a worrying coexistence of legal and illegal objects. The challenge is to understand our vulnerability, is to understand trafficking routes by distinguishing between source, transit, and destination countries, as you know. We are familiar with the destiny of heritage in countries affected by conflict or countries with rich, very rich archaeological resource, which function as a source area, but also now the transit zone, such as free ports, logistical hubs, traditional or new El Dorado, connecting with economic or touristic development. Finally, we can identify international art markets as destination hubs, also traditional or new place. But I would like to focus on one point. It is therefore necessary to gain a better understanding of trafficking modus operandi, particularly through a deeper analysis of laundering process. We know the artifacts, but how stolen artifacts, how looting artifacts could circulate with legally apparent on the art market. That's why we need to define a control strategy that requires the involvement of law enforcement agency. First, finding and outlook. Finally, the third point consists in understanding trafficking in terms of network, mapping the actor involved, defining criminal and financial logic, and identify the different profile along the operational chain from looters to collector. This is a chain of criminal against heritage, and we need to strengthen the chain of the protector. That's why the fight against this trafficking in cultural property needs a holistic approach, protecting of objects, securing roads, dismantling network by combining prevention, control, and international cooperation, by the mobilization, of course, of the humanities and social science.
Thank you. So, yes, there are the artifact issues. We have to develop provenance studies. We have to follow them through their journey in the looting process. But what we discovered in this interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity work is that the looters are as much interesting as the looted artifacts. And we developed an interest for the studying the looters as well as the looted artifacts in that project. So in that respect, social sciences, political studies, geopolitical studies, in parallel with humanities, have brought us a lot of information. And this sociopolitical approach was able to bring a lot of information, especially from the specific situation, the MENA countries, because we all know about this huge lootings due to geopolitical instability in these countries. We all know that there has been a lot of artifacts looted and that they are, for the moment, unknown from archaeologists, and this is a huge problem. But one of the solutions is also to study the looters in their different profiles. And it is also what the Symposium of Poitiers has brought, but it is also the result of different other studies. So during the ANCHISE project, we had the opportunity to develop many case studies based on a strong methodology coming from the social sciences especially, in order to get a more exact picture of these profiles of group of looters. They are sometimes deeply connected with terrorism or mafias. There are sometimes the visible part of the iceberg, and usually there are a lot of, we discovered how connections they can be, connecting different groups of looters to laundering or to different organization of traffic or sometimes terrorism or mafia. But it is also interesting to analyze the motivations of the local people, because in many cases it's a way to find some resources for daily life. So there is really a chain that can explain a lot of looting activities and that we absolutely need to understand in order to shape and to design better tools for the future. One of these approaches was an analysis about detectorism that we were able to conduct. It was the team that Olivier was leading in Work Package 4. And this study about detectorism was based for the moment on a comparison between the situations in Greece and France, because we're very much speaking about Middle East countries as source countries, but we should not forget that Europe and Western countries in Europe are also sources, because they are fields for detectorists, for metal detector users. And these activities is very often considered as a nice hobby. What would you say against someone who is so much interested in ancient artifacts? Isn't it beautiful that young people are interested in the past? There is nothing bad in that. But in fact, if you analyze it with a strong methodology, professional methodologies that sociology is able to provide, you will see that those people are, again, very often connected to other groups. They are organized, they have a specific social organization, and it's very interesting to learn about their motivation. And it is what sociology is able to provide as a strong methodology. I mean, it's not that we're asking 1, 2, 3 people and we create a theory with their feedback. This study was really based on a true and methodological approach characteristic from sociological studies, and it is bringing its the results are produced in a deliverable, and it is expressing this very complex situation of the detectorism in Europe, because there are different legal frameworks. So this is one of the part of the complexity, but there are also common motivations from these people that were answering the questions. And of course, money is one of the motivation, one of the main motivation, and it's also interesting to see we were able to figure out some results, some quantitative results of the money that they can get with these looting activities with metal detector, and it's really relevant to emphasize the risk that is coming from this detectorist activity, this use of metal detectors by different organized groups. So we tried in this work package 4 also to provide information about the specificities of the connection between metal detector users, their connection to money market and sometimes money laundering, and the tools that we should create, design, in order to get to bring a proper answer to the problem. So this is one very clear illustration of the capacity, I think, of the humanities and social sciences to bring their methodology in the issue of illicit trafficking, bring their methodology and help shaping, designing the relevant tools. So I would like now to give the floor to Axel Kerep, because all this research would remain academic, purely academic, if it didn't translate into concrete tools. And Axel, you were the work package 3 leader, and I would like to have your feedback about the way this insight actually shaped what your teams built for these tools that we've learned about yesterday afternoon.
Thank you very much, Veronique. So yes, I was trying to manage all these tech people into the work package, technical work package. So we had, for each tool, that we had a task, and in this task were, of course, the developers, but also academics and end user. So it was not just the developer going alone. We have at all the steps people checking out if the direction of the tool was right. People from the law enforcement agencies or museum curation or an academic. So this was the basis of the development. It was a co-development. Why? Because we wanted to have, because it's quite new, all these tools made for archaeology and protecting heritage when you think about it. Because before, the archaeologists were using technology, as I would say, despite of all solutions, faute de mieux, technology that were made available to them, but that was not designed for them. We all had to fight with FileMaker, Access, and all this to do our libraries. We had to discover technology that were made for other domain that we, smuggled for us. For example, drones. And I know, Olivier, you are very skilled pilot for drones. But drones were not made for archaeological sites. Satellites were not made to survey archaeological sites there. So we had to adapt for it. So in ANCHISE, we had the opportunity to develop tools for archaeologists, for LEAs in the domain of cultural heritage, for curators. And that was pretty new. So this was the luck we had. So we had many, I could stay here for hours and talk to you about many examples that we have. But most of the tools that we have made were constantly checked into servicing the needs of our customers. So Artifact, for example, at the beginning provided a lot of features, a lot of options, a lot of buttons, that you can activate, and that was marvelous because we were tech. And we went to the end user and curator said, I just don't need that. So we were a bit sad, but we had to remove marvelous fancy buttons, and we just concentrate on what you guys needed, okay? But also what you needed were extremely difficult for us, for example, with interconnection of metadata, data. That was sometimes much more than we expected than a fancy detection app, If I talk about Artifact, for example, detection app without the academic is just a gadget. Okay, it's just a toy. When you really want to go deep into this, you have to integrate all levels of technologies that would service information bring to you to make your decision. For example, in Kiku, as Vincent was saying, they really work with the academic to understand the online market, how it works. So what kind of information do I need? Do I need the price? Do I need the description? Do I need all? Do I need the provenance? What kind of level of provenance? How do I articulate this? So this is important. And if I want all the information, what do I put in place to digest all this information for you? Because if you get all the information that we can have, you will just give up. This is too much. So we have to really focus on technology to incarnate really your academic fault. We had many discussion with Guardian CH about interoperability and what they've made the tool, how to map. Map is to put one database matching with another, okay? So, for example, if we were in astronomy, we would be putting all of our discoveries into one marvelous database with one same description, same thesaurus, same way of, But as we are archaeologists, we have 2,000 different databases at least. So we had to create a tool how to match them. So that was the reflection with Guard and CH. Because we made the studies, because we worked on this, we discovered that manuscript, for example, books, ancient books, were a really good part of heritage destruction. That's why we focused on with Innov to really help LEAs to at least get a date on the books to say at least if it's a fake or not, because this is the first information they need. So most of the things we have done is based on academic research. One of the most, I would say, not difficult but sophisticated tool that you have seen yesterday was ICCS. And ICCS is about analyzing the market. It's about getting all of these different data together, which are very different from price, from pictures, from reference. So we had to do that with them so that we can give you the right information, staying in the legal frame also, because when you work with academic, you also need to work with your legal environment. For example, in a project, I look at you, Nicolas, we were thinking about how we can deal with detectorists. And I said, detectorists, they go into forums, they put the picture and they say, oh, I found this. So I say, why don't we make a detection for forums? We would analyze the semantic, we would analyze this, and they say, it is just not legal. You cannot do that. You cannot be Big Brother. So we had to focus on what we could do to at least get the best out of it without being, on the dark side of the technology, So this is all what we do as Tech, is to listen to you, work with you. It's a constant dialogue. It's co-development, as we said yesterday. It's symbiotic. I know it's a fancy word, but it's really, I go there, I say, does it work? Yes, no, is it useful? Okay, go back to the table and design. But to be accurate with this, because we sometimes digress, like I'm doing now. We go into galaxies, So we need very solid people to keep us up with the methodology. So that's why I would like to pass the word to Olivier, because it is very important that we stay in a frame of methodology to understand if what we do works for you. So Olivier, it's very important that you tell us about methodology.
Yeah, so one of the tasks that we had within the WP4 was to work on this evaluation. How can we evaluate tools? How we, people of the scholarly world, can evaluate this? And one of the work that we had was to design this evaluation, an evaluation not for the beta users, but with the beta users, testers, communities. So, of course, we spoke about this bottom-up approach, which was central for us. We're going to give you a feedback on those feedbacks right after the coffee break, but I'd like to give you some ideas about the principles of this evaluation approach and methodology. So, based on a thorough analysis of the 3 ANCHISE evaluation reports, because we had reports after each row of demonstration, the bottom-up user feedback provided very strong, pretty strong, as you will see, and progressive evidence supporting the efficacy of the ANCHISE evaluation methodology, because we also evaluated the evaluation. So this conclusion is grounded in precise quantitative trends, qualitative insights, and clear impact patterns across diverse user groups, as you will see after the coffee break. One of the main challenges for us was about creating a dialogue between technical approach and field specialists. Well, it was all about translating text semantic into SSH compatible words and language. So each ANCHISE evaluation phase included focus groups, which served as platforms where users articulated practical and context-specific needs, where developers, on the other hand, received direct users' narratives, enabling them to adjust the language and the design of those tools. And this format helped translate technical functionalities into relevant field concepts. So, for example, you've got this tool, Guardian CH database. So originally, it was presented as a simple data aggregation and timeline tool. But by the phase 3, so the last evaluation process, users described it in terms of standard repository, interoperability hub, vocabulary harmonization for museum. through reflecting SSH priorities, meaning governance, contextual metadata, and collaborative ontology, and not just data architecture. So what we asked, in fact, the users was a group of questions. It was about general perception of the tool. How do you perceive this tool? It was about the ease to use the tool, the interface. Does it fit your needs? Do you understand it? It was about the strong or the weak points of the tools. It was about their intention of usage, because sometimes we heard, yeah, tool is fantastic. I don't need it, and I won't need it, but it's fantastic. So for us, it was a dead end, obviously. So comparison with other solutions, we're not the only one in the world to develop tools, expectations and possible improvements for those tools, and obviously recommendations of the users on the development of these tools. So in order to achieve a pertinent result, we scaled up the effort. We had a total of 616 interviews across those 3 phases of demonstration and evaluation. We conducted 9 focus groups, and users were sampled across key stakeholders, and the diversity of which, and you'll hear about that again later, ensures representative bottom-up input throughout the tool design and evaluation process. So that was one of the first challenges. The other challenge that was about translating qualitative user experience into actionable technical specifications. So concerning the qualitative impact, usability was sensibly improved. Interoperability, and Axel mentioned it, demands, they were heard, training needs were acknowledged, and technical barriers were identified and obviously addressed. So I can give you a bit, some examples of feedback that actually changed the tool development. Let's take, for example, the Kikumun that you heard about. Well, the first feedback that we had was, well, you know, there's a lack of marketplace coverage. This is not enough. Then people told us, okay, there are too many manual steps. Then they told us it's a weak semantic, image recognition is not good enough, and there is no multilingual support among all the communities. So, quote, everything has to be done manually, and image recognition results aren't often much too generic. So we went back, and you went back on those tools, and the interface was streamlined, multilingual support and semantic search were added, integration with Interpol, UNESCO, online marketplaces were initiated, and very strong links with Artifact and Guardians were planned. And the impact was impressive, because in the evaluation, the score among the CHPs rose to 9.4 over 10. So it was a complete transformation of acceptability by the end users on that tool. The intention of use rose to 75%, which was the goal for us, and the quote of the user's feedback after the phase 3 of those demonstrations was, and I quote, ready to use tomorrow. So for us, it was a big win. And we'll explain all that in detail, quantitative and qualitative, in the next session. But the project evaluation methodology proves highly effective due to a series of points, 6 main points. First, structured phased testing across 3 user-centric cycles. Second, diverse representative stakeholders. Third, mixed method analysis, both qualitative and quantitative. 4, concrete tool improvements between each of the demonstrations. 5, rising satisfaction and adoption metrics. And 6, of course, evolving users' trust. So this made ANCHISE a model case for iterative co-design and evaluation in digital tool development for cultural heritage protection, or at least we hope so. And that's why Vincent, I think, your team was very much involved and looked at whether all these can be replicated elsewhere later?
Yes, thank you. From the perspective of humanities and social science, the replicability of the tools developed with the ANCHISE project cannot be understood as a simple issue of technological transfer. It primarily refers to social process of appropriation, distinct professional culture, and the ability of tools to become certainly embedded within different institutional, organizational, and human ecosystems. It shows that humanities and social science research shows that the adoption of a tool does not depend solely on its technical performance, but on its compatibility with existing practice, regulatory frameworks, professional routine, and power relation within institutions. From this perspective, replicability does not mean identical reproduction, but rather the capacity to adapt to heterogeneous local context. The replicability study conducted within ANCHISE clearly enlightened this dimension. The obstruction identified by users, whether archaeologists, law enforcement agency, or cultural heritage protector actor, stem as much from technical constraints as from intentional logic, organizational culture, and highly variable levels of digital maturity across country and organization. From a humanities and social science standpoint, one of the major contributions of the ANCHISE project lie in its profoundly multidisciplinary approach. Tool development was not conceived as a linear process from engineer to users, but as a space of continuous collaboration between technical discipline, social science, and field user. And as Christophe Verbois, the French consumer, said yesterday, he saw a real evolution of the tool from the beginning to the end of this project. It's comfort what I'm saying. The active involvement of end users throughout the project during demonstration, focus group, questionnaires, and informal discussion play a central role. It enables developers to understand what was truly expected, but also what was not, and to adjust the tools accurately. From a humanities and social science perspective, this constant interaction constitutes a key factor of replicability. In fact, the ANCHISE methodology clearly follows a logic of co-design and use reoriented research. The tools were designed not only to address identified needs, but also to be usable beyond the specific context of demonstration. A particularly interesting finding from humanities and social science perspective is a circulation of uses between professional community. It shows that several tools initially developed for a specific community prove relevant to other heritage actors. After minor adjustment suggested by these new users, the tools were reappropriated in context not initially envisaged. This phenomenon illustrates a central principle of humanity and social science. Actual uses of a tool are never entirely predictable and often emerge from practice itself. Replicability therefore relies on the flexibility of the tool, their modularity, and their capacity to be reinterpreted by different social groups. From a social science perspective, these testing phases function as a genuine legitimation mechanism, which are indispensable for the transition from a research project to post-project operational implementation. As a conclusion, from the perspective of humanities and social science, the replicability of ANCHISE tools depends less on their capacity to be copied than on their ability to be appropriated. transformed and integrated into diverse institutional contexts. The project's methodological approach, as we saw with my colleague Maxime, based on co-design, multidisciplinary, and the continuous involvement on end users, constitute a fundamental lever in this respect.
Thank you, Vincent. And maybe a last question, because we need now to close this session. Another important aspect is also training the next generation. And maybe Olivier and Axel, just a few words about what did PhD students and postdocs gain from this experience, this intersection of disciplines?
Well, if you ask me, it's a wonderful question, because when you speak about students, you speak about younger people than we are, I think, so these people are more easy with technology. So what they need is to have access to what the capacity allows them. They're really easy with all of these new apps. And if you service them with this kind of technology, they will make a marvelous result out of it. If you propose methods which date back to 20 years, they would be a little bit limited. So yes, I think training and immersing them with this new technology about how to use this for provenance research, detecting fakes, will demultiply the capacity of the new research. And also, I believe we should. I digress. Sorry, Véronique, you know me. I think we should put in programs the capacity of integrating this technology into master degrees, fully integrated. And I would hope so that we could also find maybe some sponsor in university or Europe to finance these students, to pay them to use these things, detections, getting feedbacks from online research, because I'd rather have a student that works for Artefact or Kiku than works in McDonald's to pay studies. So it's very important that we use all of this technology and capacity to give the students access to that, and also access to maybe a little bit of money for them to go partying or something.
Why not?
Why not?
Yes, very quickly. I see two things mostly. I mean, first, I completely agree with Axel. It gives a new dimension, a new scale to research for young people. I mean, when we were young, we had to build our bibliography based on paper-printed small information papers, in libraries, and spend hours and hours and hours. Now all of it is database, and of course the students use that every single day. So this is the same progress with the tools that are now available, multiplying the possibilities. The second thing is that we built a network that is at hand for those students. And as Axel said, they are very comfortable with those new tools. Now, within this network, they will be able to reach their full potential. So that's the two main things for me.
Thank you. So we're closing this session and having a coffee break right now, but to wrap up, I just would like to emphasize that we really do hope in ANCHISE that we have paved the way for a kind of a new methodology integrating all this transdisciplinarity, analyzing the artifacts provenance, but also analyzing the looters, integrating a strong professional methodologies coming from the humanities and social sciences to provide reliable information, integrating the strong support of the competencies coming from technology development. So it is, in fact, the first time that it occurs in research on that topic. And we hope that this global approach will be, in the future, the framework in which we should develop more studies, more training, and of course, in that respect, data is the crucial approach, and this is the crucial topic of today. But what is true for the moment is that research produces actionable knowledge, and for that we need a coffee break to take more energy for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all our speakers and, of course, for this thought-provoking discussion, because we all understood we can continue to speak until the evening and maybe even until tomorrow. But right now we'll take a short break, a coffee break. The coffee is served as yesterday on the ground floor. So please welcome back at 11:40. And thanks to our speakers who set the floor for the next discussion. We'll keep a few secrets for you later. Happy coffee. thank you all for being back. And now we shift from the research collaboration. And thank you again to our speakers from the last session that they set the floor for our discussion now. And we will discuss a bit about the practitioner needs and their feedback, because we rely on this feedback. And if today we do have tools with different levels of readiness, it's thanks to our practitioner feedback and evaluation effort. So it's my pleasure now to present again Professor Olivier Henry from Lyon 2 University, Axel Carep from Parcs, it was our leading partner for the text, and of course Maxime Girard from the University of Poitiers.
Yeah, so hello again. So this session presents what more than 150 practitioners told us during the ANCHISE demonstration. Not what tool promise to do, but how they actually worked for archaeologists, museum professionals, and law enforcement officers who used them across 9 demonstration sessions. So we'll focus on 3 different things. First, what users experienced, the good and the less good, the frustrating. Second, we'll see how their feedback shaped the tools across the 3 demonstrations phases. And third, what this means for replicability and long-term adoption. But first of all, let me stress again the importance of selecting the demonstration sites, distributing the testing grounds appropriately, and accounting for the different perspectives of our users' profiles. So demonstration sites were selected according to strategic criteria designed to test the tool's adaptability, replicability, and relevance across diverse operational contexts. The selection process balanced, or tried to balance, geographical diversity, institutional variety, and the need to address different types of cultural heritage vulnerabilities. So specific care was taken to trial the tools in a broad and representative range of contexts. Archaeological sites, for example. It was including large open-air sites, Amphipolis in Greece, heavily research, a large research team, a huge media cover, especially the last years, close to a very large city. Then, on the other hand, we had an isolated Iron Age site, the one that was fantastic on this tiny island off the coast of Sweden. It was barely excavated, it is completely isolated, and it's not safeguarded. And then we had another restricted access archaeological site in Monte Cassasia in Sicily. Yeah, we had very nice trips, I must admit. Monte Cassasia, which is a very tiny site, not excavated at all, but very close. It's remote, but as a bird flies, very close to Catania. I mean, sorry, not Catania, very close to Ragusa, a huge city. So this variety tested the tool's performance under different conditions of site accessibility, internet connectivity, and monitoring complexities. So for museums, ranging from small site-based museum, the Amphipolis Archaeological Museum, for example, to medium-sized institutions such as the Museum of Ethnography in Stockholm, and large institutions such as the Museum of Byzantine Culture in Thessaloniki and the National Museum of Bosnia and Herzegovina in Sarajevo. And in addition to the governance and collection diversity of these institutions, they were characterized by very different levels of digitization, ranging from very high, as the Museum of Ethnography in Stockholm, to lower, as the National Museum of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So the diversity of governance models, collection types, and digitization maturity enabled testing of tool scalability and institutional adaptability. And finally, concerning the borders, the law enforcement agencies. We tested in major EU airport merchandise control. We mentioned yesterday Roissy-Charles de Gaulle in France, maritime borders, the port of Burgas in Bulgaria, and close-to-land border crossing points, such as Mostar in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So this range of border typologies enabled evaluation of tool practicality across different law enforcement operational environments. So geographical and institutional diversity was also central to the selection strategy. Sites were distributed across Eastern, Central Mediterranean, Nordic and Western European countries. Yes, we flew a lot. Countries, for example, with long EU standing membership, France, Greece, Italy, Sweden, and countries completing EU integration. Bulgaria, for example, fully joined the Schengen during the project in 2025. And finally, EU candidate countries, such as Bosnia and Herzegovina. So this geographical spread enabled testing of the tool's replicability across very different legal frameworks, institutional cultures, and levels of digitization, critical factors to assessing long-term sustainability, and of course, transferability. In each demonstration, the audience was composed of local attendees, practitioners from the host institution and surrounding regions, but also a core group of participants from foreign institutions hosting previous or forthcoming demonstrations. And this approach served multiple strategic purposes. First, a stable cohort of users followed tool evolution across demonstrations, enabling continuity of evaluation, comparative assessment, and feedback. Why? Because it's very easy to show somebody a tool that he has never seen and will get wonderful feedback, saying, oh, it's fantastic. But the people following the development of the tool would tell us why you didn't work enough from the first to the second demonstration. So that's why it was important to have those two groups. Then we also had participants who attended multiple demonstrations who could contextualize their feedback, comparing tool performance across different operational settings. And involving host institutions in prior demonstration allowed them to become familiar with the ANCHISE toolset before organizing their own demonstration, improving then the logistical preparation and user readiness. This approach guaranteed the continuous analysis of the tools and supported a collective iterative evaluation process. As shown in the charts behind me, participation was quite balanced across communities, with variations, of course, reflecting the nature of each of the demonstration. In total, we were held by 163 participants across 12 different countries from very different professional fields. Their needs often diverged, and this diversity is what gave us the most valuable insight. And now, Mariana is going to take over.
Thank you, Olivier. As already spoken today and earlier yesterday, we established a methodology in order to better evaluate the impact of our tools on our user needs. And of course, the ANCHISE demonstration, if we're not mentioned, we are saying that they run from September 2024 until recently, September 25, in museums, archaeological sites, and border environments. After each phase, feedback, it was aggregated thanks to our partner, the ABGI company from Lyon, and their results, they were shared with the developers and tech partners in order to improve the tools before the next round. This was the secret of this success of ANCHISE project, the iterative methodology. So the goal was the iterative improvement, not one-side test. The evaluation methodology followed a user-centric approach, exactly as the project required. And the goal was simple, to collect feedback and to reflect the practitioner reality and need, not developer's expectation, obviously. And well, across these three demonstration phases that were mentioned before, and helped by our colleague, David, from ABGI, we collected 616 quantitative data sets through the very first one, individual online questionnaires, by accessing and scanning this type of QR code immediately after each 45 minutes presentation workshop, which the tool developer out of the room to ensure the honest feedback and the open discussions. And the second phase was the qualitative data set after performing this workshop. So the focus groups, they were conducted at the end of each day, allowing users, you of all, and thank you again, to compare tools, to discuss constraints, to discuss risk, and of course to propose adoption issues collectively. So over these 3 demonstration phases, these instruments were refined. Questionnaires became customized after each demonstration phase, and of course based on profile specificities and based on tool readiness, and they give us the group transversal questions that were targeted. Of course, if we look at the data patterns just behind me, across the 3 demonstration phases, the evaluation wasn't linear, and that's absolutely normal because after the first demonstration, the tools weren't known. They were accepted with enthusiasm. They were discovered. So the practitioners, the users, they had a very good welcoming of these tools, which not always was the case after the second phase, because users were acknowledged already. They were more demanding, and they understanding the tools. They were expecting already their feedback to be implemented. So of course the numbers and the scores, they dropped down a little bit. But once again, as Olivier said it before today in the morning, after the third phase of the demonstration, most of the tools recovered and even surpassed this initial score, showing that improvements were felt, were heard, and our developers, our colleagues, they implemented them. So that's why we had very nice results at the end. As a short comparative analysis, how different tools performed in between different stakeholder groups, and our stakeholders were the archaeologists and the researchers, the first group, the law enforcement officers and professionals, and of course the cultural heritage professionals from the museums. And you can follow that the LEA always advocated strongly for artifacts. Kikumun started very strong among the LEAs, and in phase 1, but dropped by phase 2, and the reasons were explained by Olivier. And the complaints regarded the insufficient automatization and limited relevance for custom check. But the perception of artifact in the end, at the second phase, decreased, driven by potential verification and analytics, yet usability of e-convenience persists. The cultural heritage professionals were consistently positive toward artifact, the Guardian CH, also expressing a strong preference for Kikumun for the interface after the third demonstration. They value cataloging, provenance and collection management functions, as well as crawling on the sales online platforms in the case of Kikumun. The archaeologists and researchers, they've been more interested by monitoring toolbox because was the toolkit dedicated specifically to these community users. So the main functions that have been mentioned were the protection sites, the climate impact results that we can follow, and of course we can use this toolkit for the evaluation, for the excavation planning. Sorry, but of course not everything was so pink and beautiful. We had also outputs, we had feedbacks that mentioned the users' frustration and the cross-cutting issues that we followed during this evaluation process was the data entry workload, which was difficult, the complex interface, sometimes at the very beginning of our demonstration phases, and because the workflow wasn't always so intuitive, connectivity issues in the field settings notably for the archaeologists, because all know if the site is settled somewhere abroad, we cannot connect ourselves to the tool. And of course, the tool proliferation that was mentioned yesterday, there were sometimes too many options, and the demand was we need one tool to gather them all together. And these issues, we collected them and we transmitted them to our tech partners. And I will leave Axel to explain more of these evaluation tools.
Yes. Sorry, I was. Did you hear me? So you can see on this clockwork, it's processing all the time. It's ever-going process. So as you can remember, some of us follow us since 3 years. I mean, the first thing is that we, as we said, we wanted to have you in the most immersive capacity, the most immersive experience with our tools. Using them on live, using them in condition, using them in a custom borders, using them in a museum. But of course, this has to be staged to an evolutive patterns, because first we had to present you the tools. And at the beginning, we present you PowerPoints, for some of us. And it was, wow, all this image and big promises. But after reality check was the second demonstration. So at the beginning, we had plenty of feel to tell you, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to go to the stars, we're going to have a starship, you see what I mean? And you were expecting a lot, sometimes more. And we learned with you how to communicate with you, especially on AI, because AI is a magic word. It's Harry Potter, my magic wand will fix everything. So we had to also think what kind of pedagogy we can use with you to explain more what we do. And this is also what we did the second demonstration. Beginning was, that's why you see sometimes high and then go down, because reality check. And so, for example, we learned to explain you that AI is not fixing everything. AI is analyzing data that you give. It's also a possibility that we have with developments, with budget. So sometimes you say, oh, we want this. This will be very, very important in your next demonstration. But we had like 3 months, and the budget was already scaled. But what you ask sometimes, because we are using technology all the time in very simple apps, but you don't imagine that, for example, if I say to Google, if I say eBay, some of these little features demanding millions to develop. And they are your everyday feature, they are your everyday use, and you think it's easy. It's not easy. And sometimes these technologies are protected. You cannot just go and take them. So this is why we integrated your process, we integrated your feedback, but also we learned how to explain why we couldn't do that, why we will not be able to do that in this frame of time. So that was a very fruitful dialogue with you, because you also, this is why you see this rise, as Mariana showed, this rise of acceptance at the end, because you understand what was our limit, what was our capacity. And also we also, as it says on the slides, we also try to enhance our presentation capacities, because sometimes we are too much in our own head, and we go and you're like, and I was asking, what do you think of the tools? And for some of the tools we had, including mine, I asked for 10 people, what do you think it is? And I had 10 different answers. So that means we were not good at delivering the really focus of the tool. So we also learned with you on that. So as I explained this morning, there was an ongoing process, symbiotic approach. But yes, the 3 different demonstrations really helped to go on the long run, to learn with each other as a community how to process towards success. So I will not develop too much on this, but I think this is a proper way to develop tools. It's the long run, different phases. I think I agree with Olivier. We need more. We should have had 6 more demonstrations, maybe more online interactions to fill the gaps. We should also had, that's my wishes, we should have sit down after David came to you and said, what do you think of the tool? That was very frustrating for us. You have to understand that, because we present the tool, someone knock on the door, out, and you're like, okay. So that's very frustrating. So what we wanted to do with you is also after David, because David is very nice, come back to you and say, what do you think of this button? What do you think of this? But really like a design table. Really sit down in little groups, maybe some volunteers, because not all of you will spend time to just say, okay, this things on the right is not, because we will have been more in depth with you. So maybe next time we will do this little really a close group with the design table, let's say design table. Yeah, so that's my wishes for this. And I will leave the floor to my friend Maxime on replicability. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. As you heard already, we've talked about replicability this morning from a humanities point of view, and I'll try to address on a much more tool-related point of view right now. So, as you've heard a lot yesterday, you'll hear me today, and you'll hear tomorrow as well, I think. One of the strengths of the ANCHISE tools is the iterative co-design. And I won't stay much on this because we've heard a lot of people talk about this from now on. So from a tool perspective, replicability within the ANCHISE project has been conceived as an operational capacity to function across diverse contexts beyond the initial demonstration sites. And it doesn't rely solely on the ability to deploy a technical solution elsewhere, but rather on the tool's capacity to adapt to field realities, existing infrastructures, and the professional practices expressed by end users. From this standpoint, the evolution of the ANCHISE tools should not be understood as mere technical optimization, but as the outcome of an iterative co-design process in which feedback from archaeologists, LEAs, CHP, stakeholders directly shaped development choices. So as you see on the slide, I try to show you the most important structuring axis of replicability of the ANCHISE tools. And the first one concerns the consideration of field constraints. And what I try to say as robustness of the tools. It means that tools were expected to remain operational even when ideal conditions were not met. And when I mean ideal condition, I want to say stable connectivity, access to complete database, immediate expertise. So several tools were therefore redesigned to operate in partial or full autonomy, notably through offline modes, enabling data collection, annotation, or analysis without immediate connectivity. And when I think about field robustness, I would like to mention the monitoring toolbox from ICONM, which is exactly what I mean about robustness of the tool. Because this capability integrated in particular in the monitoring toolbox directly addresses needs expressed by the end users during the demonstrations on remote sites and strongly conditioned the possibility of replicating the tool in other geographical contexts. A second pillar of replicability from a tool perspective relates to interoperability. And I think it's one of the most used and most heard words we could have heard during the demonstration. It's interoperability. And interoperability was meant by the end users in two ways. In the first way, it was interoperability between the ANCHISE tools. And the second way was the interoperability between the ANCHISE tools and the existing systems, the tools that were already used by our end users. And that was a frequent question because they wanted to know if they could use the ANCHISE tools and their existing system, what they were using right now. So in response, developers prioritized something like the integration of standard formats, the compatibility with external services, or the semantic harmonization mechanism, enabling segregation of heterogeneous data, notably via Guardian CH, like Axel said earlier. So these technical choices reflect a concept of replicability as a capacity for assembly. ANCHISE tools are not designed as closed solutions, but as building blocks that can be integrated into existing digital ecosystems, and therefore deployed in institutions with every different levels of technological maturity. Another major lesson emerging from the demonstrations is the need of ergonomics, simplicity, and ease of use. For those who were here yesterday, we've heard Christophe Verbois from the Customs saying that what's needed from his point of view is a tool that's ready and that's easy to use, and you don't need a lot of training so that the person on the field could use it right away. So another major lesson is the reduce of the complexity of the tools, particularly for frontline agents. And from a tool perspective, replicability here depends on ergonomics adapted to non-specialist users. And when I think about non-specialist users, I want to talk about the SFX spectroscopy tool from Innov, which is really hard to understand at first, but with what they did of the tool, it became so easy to use that anybody can use it right away, and just even if you don't understand what is spectroscopy and what these curves mean, you'll understand, because you just have to press a target, scan a book, and you'll have an answer on your screen. This is the date of your book. You have your answer. The technology behind it is so difficult to understand, but the idea of the tool is really ideal, because you don't have anything to understand about the technology, you just have to use it. And I'd like to talk about also the improvement of mobile interface for artifacts, reducing handling errors. You don't have, as first initially, there were some questions about the photography, you didn't really have quite the number of match we wanted, because the photography wasn't taken well, and nowadays they helped with this technology, and you don't have to be a photograph to have your answers and to have a match. So Artifact with all the back and forth done between the end users and the tech developers, Artifacts added this help to take photography. And they also added another application with Expert Connect, which provides you the capability to have an instantly response from an expert to what you're taking photograph of. If you're taking photograph of an object, you don't know, or the app isn't really sure if it's a real or fake one, you can contact directly an expert linked in the Expert Connect database. And that is what I wanted to talk about when I think about ease of use of the tools. Another really important point of view for the replicability of the tools is the adaptability of these ones. And when I think about adaptability, I mean that from a developer perspective, a key element was the ability of the tools to evolve beyond their initial target audience. Several tools designed for a specific community initially proved relevant for other use following relatively limited functional adjustments. This adaptability took the form of many things, such as the addition of customizable parameters, for example with key command from Fraunhofer, the extension of temporal ranges or analyzed corpora, as in the SFS spectroscopy, which was initially ranged from 1850 to 1950 and is now ranging from 1500 to 1950 books. These evolutions reflect the conception of tools as evolving devices, capable of being reconfigured accordingly to new needs, thereby directly strengthening their replication potential across other different communities or institutional contexts. Finally, the replicability of ANCHISE tools also depends on their compliance with legal and institutional frameworks. From a tool's perspective, it's translated into the integration of specific technical mechanisms, notably a role-based access control system, differentiated rights management according to user profiles, or in particular attention to GPRD, to the protection of sensitive data. These technical choices directly condition the possibility of deploying the tools in constrained institutional environments, such as law enforcement agencies or public administrations, and therefore constitute a determining factor for replicability. Finally, several requests formulated by users concerned the possibility of testing certain tools under real operational conditions beyond demonstration. And you've heard it yesterday, that's what some end users are asking. We want to be able to test the tool in the real workflows to see how it's working. And from a tool perspective, these phases constitute a large-scale robustness test, enabling verification of solution stability, performance, and integration into real workflows. This real-world experiment plays a key role in identifying the final technical adjustment needed, documenting the operational impact of the tools, and preparing their valorization and post-project deployment. So from a tools perspective, replicability in the ANCHISE project relies on a combination of user-oriented engineering choices, technical modularity, and functional adaptability. By integrating constraints expressed directly by the end users from the design phase onward, developers made replicability not a secondary objective, but a structuring principle of development.
Okay, so let's talk about future if we can. I mean, and of course we will. The thing is, as we said yesterday, is not to go on separate ways and have a new system that nobody has already. So we're trying to get into these things that calls interoperability. I know some of you say, "Oh, we've heard about interoperability since 15 years and nothing has been done." But technology is also a way to get to this interoperability because it can actually interconnect different categories. It can interconnect different thesaurus, different lexicon, so it can help to get into interoperability. But that is why we also interconnect our tools with the Guardian CH, which we will continue to develop with. Guardian CH has created an API that we will continue to test after this meeting. And we hope to really be able to, all of the ANCHISE tool works on this very unique system. Of course, as I was saying yesterday, this tool interaction is important. We will continue as tech team to talk with each other. We created a community, but we also created a community of tech people, very different, as I said, private company, research lab, institution, and this is very good. Diversity is good. So we will continue to have these interactions to get more ideas, developments, co-developments, not with users, but also with tech, because, for example, we at Parks, we cannot do everything, and we have some agility that some institution may not have. So we will try to complement each other on the next month and years. Of course, from what we have learned from you, we will upgrade our features. We will make this little button that never works. We will try to improve our system based on what we have gained from your feedback. It's not stopping here. It's not because the legal frame stopped that we'll stop developing our tools. Nevertheless, because as I said, for me, especially as a private company, budget, or let's call it money, it's very important. We will continue to develop, maintain, experiential tools and enhance them if we have the promise also of a solid future. Because yes, we're all very good people, we're very philanthropic, but we need to eat, we need to feed our kids like you, and so it's very important that we understand that if you want to have these tools at some point in your hand, to look at the stars with Econem, to check objects on the internet with Kiku, or check datation with Innov, you will need to see us having this support budget. And this is why I want to come to this terrible world of TRL, tool readiness level, that everybody understands, of course, you're familiar with it, but let's say TRL 6 is the prototype. You have the car, okay, but it's not painted, it doesn't have all the lights, all the things, it doesn't have the nice leather, but it works, okay, it's okay. But if you want to buy this car, if you want one day your neighbor to buy the car, this will get you from TRL 6 to TRL 9, which is on the shelf, what you call from the shelf, and this can be at least 2 times, 3 times the budget we had for prototypes, because we need to check industrial effectiveness, we need to check legal, we need to check all of this environment to be able to give it to you at the end so you can have it. So this is very important that the sponsors and the support understands that We need to have this continuity. And for example, I speak just for my behalf. We are very different people, but for example, as a private company, I say we have new clusters, we have new ways. And if I look at the calendar, it's 2027. 2027 is in 1.5 years. For a private company, for a project in a private company, it's a death sentence. We cannot hold 1.5 years without anything. So we need to invest from our pocket because we believe in this project, because you believe in us. But this, as I said, is not everybody does that. And it's very risky for us. So this is why we need to think with Europe, how can we, for us and other projects, can we have this link between Tier 6 and Tier 9? Sorry, I don't want to take too much time on this, but this is really the core of the action now. Thank you.
So, just to conclude, to try to wrap it up, several recurring cross-cutting themes emerged consistently across the demonstrations. Of course, you heard many of those themes here. Interoperability was, for example, the most frequently cited requirement, with participants stressing the necessity of seamless integration both between the ANCHISE tools themselves and with external databases, just as, for example, Interpol, ICOM Red List, GIS platforms. So closely related to this was also the issue of data quantity and data quality, which was repeatedly described as the keystone of tool usefulness. Without reliable, comprehensive, and regularly updated data set, even the most sophisticated technical capacities risk being undermined. And that's what Sophie stressed this morning earlier. So, but participants also highlighted persistent concerns regarding the ease of use and training, and this is what Maxime highlighted. Usability issues were noted across several tools, reinforcing the demand for structures, onboarding processes, clear manuals, tutorials, and training materials to ensure that end users can adopt the technologies effectively. Well, and finally, questions of sustainability and governance remained unresolved. Respondents consistently raised doubts about long-term funding mechanism, obviously, viable business models, and the ownership or stewardship of data, a very sensible question, all of which will be critical to ensuring the continuity and trustworthiness of the tools once the project phase concludes. So what are the lessons learned for technology developers and project designers? First, iterative improvement is effective. Across all user groups, tool perception improved when early feedback was effectively incorporated. Second, context matters. Tools perform very differently across demonstrations, not only due to technical maturity, but also because of institutional, geographical, and user-specific conditions. Third, tool integration, not tool proliferation. The focus should shift from expanding the tool set to ensuring that existing tools, and again, I'm going to quote Sophie, are better interconnected, interoperable, and embedded into existing workflows. Some things work, let's use them. Fourth, training and support are essential. Even the most promising tools face slow adoption if users lack proper training or resources. So this is an effort on both directions. And governance, finally, and sustainability must be addressed now. Users expect continuity. If I have a tool in my hand and I know that I can use it just for a short period of time, it will not work. I will not use it. So without a clear post-project plans for data maintenance, hosting, licensing, and user access, adoption will remain very limited. So I want to thank all the speakers here. The core message that you heard today is clear. Tools become usable only when they are shaped by the realities of the people who rely on them. And the ANCHISE evaluation offers a rare, evidence-based view of what practitioners usually need for cultural heritage protection and what it takes to make innovation stick. So now, if you agree with that, we would like to take a 10-20 minutes of Q&A, questions, answers, 10 minutes of questions from you, the audience, that you would like to ask either us or to previous speakers of this morning. I've got questions that I can ask people. Yes, please. I'm going to repeat the question so that everybody hears. Oh.
So this is all a really interesting approach. Oh. Sure. My name is Michelle Fabiani. I'm a criminologist and cultural heritage scholar, very interdisciplinary, but I'm also a methods person. So I appreciate the very thorough evaluation process. But also from a scientific angle, I'm wondering, especially given the discussions of AI and the complex modeling that's behind a lot of the tools, to what extent is the explainability of the AI model part of how you were thinking about robustness or reliability? So from a scientific perspective, right, AI is often considered a black box, but there are some ways to think about explaining the models that underpin the tools. So was that a part of the discussion, or to what extent was explainability relevant in the tool evaluation?
Yes, we had these discussions about how it works for most of the tools. For example, image detection, would it be online? Would it be, we explain how we work, so the methodology that is being used to the audience. It's also very difficult to explain AI as a global level, but we try to be pedagogic on what you hear today, machine learning, LLMs, and what we do. We also explain that some reality of AI is that we have GoFi, good old-fashioned artificial intelligence. So for example, if I quote just one tool which I know better, but also Joaquin could answer, is Artifact, for example. Artifact uses image signature, mathematical image signature. So we explain how it works. We explain the mathematical connection and geometry connection between the dots and the color of pixel. And we explain this is not machine learning in a way. We explain what machine learning could be, because we had attempts in previous projects. We explain where it could lead, but we also explain the limits, the really strong limits of corpus available. We also had discussion about 3D, because people are 3D, okay. Because we had to explain that 3D is good, but you also need to read your environment and capacity, okay? Download and systems and all that. So in a way, for a lot of tools, this has been processed into the pedagogy, because as I said, we realized that some people have so much expectation as what could be done compared to what could be really done, possibility, feasibility. So, but it's also very difficult to give course on AI and so people to really grasp. But yes, it has been addressed during the demonstration.
Armando, do you want to expand? Armando?
Yes, yes.
Do you want to expand? Yeah.
Axel talked about a facet of the thing, about how to explain to people. Maybe you were referring to explainability models associated to AI, something like RADCAMs, things like that.
Yes, but also the error rates and like more scientific diagnosis.
Okay, so the thing is, for instance, I can talk about my tool. What we did is we analyzed the errors themselves. So you go through this thing, you get a training set, you get a validation set, you get a test set. And what you try to do is you try to develop your models to get a good result on your validation set. And then you have the test set that is completely set aside through the whole process. And so you just use it in the end to check, okay, we have a reasonable number. So that's the usual method to produce the AI. I believe probably my colleagues who would also have used something like that. So if you are talking about something like rules for explainability, so if this happens and this happens, we'll get this result, we did not use that. So in my case, we just use this approach, train, validation, test set. It's the standard. And so what you usually think is if you get a good result on the test set, you're probably on the good way to get a good result. The problem is if your data sets are not representative of the whole thing can just fall apart. So it's always very tricky when you build the data sets, you try them to be as representative as possible.
We've got a question over there. Over there.
Hello, thank you. It's Agiliki Zisi. I'm an archaeological conservator, and I'm actually building as well in the same area, the same question. This time, I was wondering about the spectrometer, and then with how much confidence do we trust the date that the tool gives? Is the first, yeah? Yeah, exactly. Very close. That was the first question. And I have one more, but if you want to answer this. Yeah.
Okay, so first we had two stages. On the first one, when you look at the literature, you don't even realize if it's really possible to do what we were doing. So we chose books just from 1850 to 1950, and we did the first assessment. And in those 100 years, you get something like a 12 years error of root mean squared error, okay? So it's a beginning. We thought, okay, so there's some information in the data that we are collecting. So now we extended the data set from the 1500s to the 1950. We measured about, I think, 500 books or something like that. So it's already a reasonable data set. And for that data set, we get the test set root mean squared error is something like 50 years, okay? 50 years out of 450. So the assessment we did, you get 50 years root mean squared error. If the thing was really random, you would get 150 years of error. So there is information there. So the thing now is 50 years enough for everyone or not? Okay, so that's the next step. I would say yes. We still need to discuss with everyone if it's enough or not.
Excellent, that's very good, thank you. Then the second question was a little bit more general, so you all build up different tools and different apps within this time frame of 3 years. And I was wondering if you have already been working on similar, let's say, ideas, so that you already had somewhere to begin with, or did you all start from scratch?
Okay. I can take this one if you want.
I can go moving. In my case, I started from scratch. So there was nothing in the literature at all, or not that many things, not with the depth. So we basically started from scratch. But it's not the case for other colleagues.
I'm very jealous. So I would like to go around like you.
I hate sitting down. Yeah, we did not have the same starting point. For example, Kiku was built before the consortium. Artefact also was in the previous consortium. Iconem, of course, was in the previous consortium. No, consortium. It also existed in projects before that. So we had tools that started from scratch and tools that were pre-existing. What was very interesting about this is that we had already an inertia, a speed, and that's what's very interesting for the consortium to really rely on the past experience of these tools. Because starting from scratch is good, But when we already have existing things, it's not really worth reinventing the wheel. It's not really worth doing something the same. So this is why ANCHISE was very interesting, is the combination of existing and new tools. So, for example, ICCS also took experience out of Kiku and Artifact capacities to build its own tool. That was also very interesting to see. Not starting from scratch, but starting from our technology also. Maybe a last question?
I can just expand just a little bit as an archaeologist myself and not at all a technician, you know. So as far as I understood, this is part of the translation of the text between Tech and Skoros. Okay, tools did not exist. None of those existed. When Axel says, "Well, we already had the tool," it's not really true. You had bricks, and you want to mean bricks. Bricks that pre-existed, fortunately. I mean, if a tool like Iconem had to be built from scratch with no bricks at all, it would not take 3 years, it would take 15 years. So what was interesting, as Axel said, is that in some cases, the tech, they were able to use bricks and to redirect them toward the needs that we expected and that the end users expected. So there is a large variation between the tools. Some already had very strong bricks, others none at all, and in between we have different cases. So thank you very much. I believe people are hungry. There is one more question. Okay, let's take the last question.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. My name is Isabella Archer. I'm a PhD candidate at the École de Louvre and the Université de Poitiers. And I was wondering if we could have a quick example maybe about some of the qualitative research that was done in the sociological study of metal detecting. Maybe an example of how that information or feedback was then translated and integrated into one of the tools. Thank you.
Yes, of course. We have the perfect person to answer that.
Nicolas, are you ready to improvise? Because our researcher is here, so I think it's the key person to answer your question. Nicolas. So Nicolas Kouloglou, Dr. Nicolas Kouloglou, he was working under the supervision of Olivier in Université Lyon 2.
Thank you, Benjamin. Hello, everyone. So the question, if I really understood it, was how the qualitative approach, how the qualitative insights from the sociological ethnographing, if I may say, if there was, let's say, a kind of feedback that I could give to the text in order to implement, or if I could take some feedback from the text colleagues in order to integrate it in my sociological approach, right?
Yes, well, how the sociological research was then integrated into one of the tools or improving the...
So the idea actually was, first of all, as Benjamin mentioned, I am a doctor in I'm a political scientist with a sociological approach. Then, of course, is this always the case of interdisciplinarity that we were trying to build on here among archaeologists, social sciences, humanities, the tech partners. So from the very beginning, I remember that there was the question how, for example, a sociological approach and an understanding of the communities of detectorists and eventually other people that they are, let's say, involved in some gray zones of in the context of illicit trafficking of cultural goods could inform, for example, the tool of Iconem that was an archaeological monitoring let's say, how to detect movements on site that we couldn't detect it if we didn't know how these people move and how they motivate themselves. So we understood along the way that this could take also many years to understand because there are different contexts. The communities, for example, I studied the communities in Greece and in France, and I talked a bit with the institutional colleagues in Bulgaria, but I can tell you that they have some common, let's say, motivations, socio-professional trajectories, we can find some common ground to understand how they operate. But it's also very, there is a lot of fluctuation. There are no, let's say, how they organize themselves, how, if they are politicized, for example, in Greece, there is only one main, let's say, association. In France, there are tens or... so that was also, it's an everyday work, I can say. We are still trying to see how, we were talking with Titien, my colleague from Econem, many times, how we can do that maybe in the future, or if vice versa, how Econem providing some satellite data or 3D data, let's say, from archaeological sites under the demonstration during the work of ANCHISE, how eventually can inform my study. But what can I say is a continuous dialogue. So we cannot really put, let's say, on the ground some very, very solid answer to give you. Because the thing is that it's so, as I said, the context is varying from different, like, socio-historical context, the way institutions, they apply regulations. So, for example, there is the UK school that is more permissive. Instead, in Greece and in France, is really highly regulated. So, if we were trying to use the same tools in the UK, in Scandinavia, or even the Flemish-Belgian part, is completely different if you try to do it in Greece or in France or in Italy.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. And maybe just a couple of sentences from Titien himself, who developed Econem.
Yes.
And then I promise you we're going to eat something.
Very, very quickly, just to give Econem's point of view, where can I go? In the middle? So it was very useful for both, because as we need archaeologists' feedbacks and knowledge to build the tools to make sure that it will be useful for them, we need also knowledge from the practices, better knowing what are the realities of these methods and these practices, help us to better feed the tools and the features. And it was also very, very useful to test them. It was more like having knowledge to understand how we could use these features. One, they were about the seasonality, about the, I don't know, spatial distribution, the targeted places. So that was helping for use cases and just for testing and being sure that it will be fully operational at the end. Was I quick enough?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you very much, Titien. So now the session is closed, but Marco wants to take a picture.
Yes.
You know, he's the communication guy, so he wants to take a picture.
We come, everyone here, and we look at Padeliana, and before going
Okay,
to
come.
we scream, "Anchise all together."
Yeah, of course.
ANCHISE project is how to connect the data across the institutions, across the formats, across the format of the data. And of course, to keep in mind that preserving meaning, reliability, and of course the responsibility. This roundtable will be led by our dearest Dr. Valentina Vassallo. Valentina, the floor is yours.
So hello, good afternoon. I can invite my speakers on the table. So Marie-Véronique Leroy, Maria Xeni Garezu, Maria Claudia Bodino, Xavier Rodier, and Feja Kulenovic, please. It's fine, it's fine. Are we all in? Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the roundtable Building Bridges discussions on data interconnection, formats, tools, and challenges for transdisciplinary use. So for me, it's a pleasure to moderate the discussion of today because it's one of the central matter at the heart of the ANCHISE project, and also for me personally. So data and how we can create a coherent, interoperable, and collaborative data ecosystems for the protection of cultural heritage. During these days, we already mentioned that we are working in a landscape where information is scattered across several institutions and different initiatives. So we have museums, national and international databases, private collections, research projects, you name it. And in this fragmented environment, it's a necessity to connect the data at technical level, conceptual level, institutional level. So in this roundtable today, we would like to explore how we can help build these bridges and how data and tools might integrate into the broader European international ecosystem for heritage protection. But before starting this, I would like to frame the conversation around some key points. So the first one is that cultural heritage, whether it's tangible or intangible, comes with multiple layers of meaning and values. So heritage assets bear a formal dimension that is usually the one defined by institutions, but they have also an informal dimension that is instead defined by citizens, communities, and users. So these different actors generate also different types of data according to the meaning and the value that they attribute to these cultural heritage assets. And because also cultural heritage archaeology is a meta-domain, so multidisciplinary domain, where it's included history, science, geology, technology, and many more. So data is also diverse and heterogeneous. And this is, of course, is a richness, but it's also difficult to interconnect this heterogeneous information. Then the second part is are the grand challenges that we face in the heritage domains that are also another issue. And then they range from protection against natural disasters, human-related hazards like illicit trafficking, of course, and also conservation of the heritage assets, and then valorization. So also these three challenges require rich data as well to assess these three challenges. And then we had to make this data interoperable. And third, the cultural heritage institutions, they are different with different missions, different priorities and strategies, and also they shape the data in a different way. So again, the mosaic of heterogeneity and uneven also data. We spoke yesterday about the different richness of data. And dispersed information as well, so in different places. So today we address these topics, and we will see how we can use this data to address the grand challenges in a multidisciplinary and collaborative approach. So these are the topics that spark our questions today, and I will speak with you about this topic. So the first question, maybe we can start with Maria Kseni Garesu. So we said that given the fact that cultural heritage is a multidisciplinary domain generating also heterogeneous data, what are, in your opinion, the key challenges in data aggregation, and how, for example, you address in your daily work? Please.
Good morning to everybody. Well, we are a national organization. We are the Hellenic Ministry of Culture, so our job is to create a basic database for the tangible heritage, movable objects, and the immovable monuments of Greece. So we have a particular challenge, which is to create the basic database in order to be able to communicate with other databases later on. So this is our first major problem and challenge, both of and problem and challenge. Generally speaking, because we are also dealing with separate databases coming from museums and efforts of antiquities and older databases and newer databases which are created with different models, what we think is first a big challenge, which applies also more generally, let's say, is to have a common language. Because the same word can mean different things in different fields. Terms like object, site, or provenance are used in museums, archaeology, archives, with which we also work, law enforcement, but also, but not always in the same way. For example, when you have the word provenance, it can mean from where the object comes from, where it was found, where it is today, and if it can mean all things at the same time if you don't have a common language to understand a shared meaning. So we think that the basic thing is to have conceptual models like CDOC, CRM, to provide a common meeting place. Different systems can keep their own structures, but link their data through shared concepts. This, we think, is very, very basic. The second thing is to see how to work with older systems and limited resources, because cultural heritage is an infinite resource per se, but money is very limited. Another challenge is to see a balance between openness and protection, because we deal with very sensitive material, very sensitive information. We have to decide what we want to share and how much we want to share for protection. And this is also a challenge. What we think generally in the ministry is that standards often feel difficult because they seem imposed and disconnected from the real work. but it's useful to talk between fields, and this is exactly what ANCHISE also is doing when heritage experts, technical specialists, and public authorities work together, and the results are more practical, as you said this morning, and trusted. In the end, working with cultural heritage is not about forcing one format to everybody. It's about shared understanding, technical connections, and trust between organizations. This is more or less our view.
Thank you very much. So you spoke about, of course, interoperability, data formats. This is a main topic that we also address in ANCHISE. For example, Guardian is one of the solutions to this this problem. I was wondering, Marie-Véronique, since you also work in a ministry of culture, the French Ministry of Culture, so I would like to know also your point of view about the key challenges and your daily work and the thing that you address every day.
Yeah, thanks. I'm also representative from the Ministry of Culture, so I have the exact same problem that my colleague. But I wanted to also emphasize the role and the mission as a ministry is to also gather and provide the infrastructure and to collect data that answer to the legal requirements. For example, in the Code du Patrimoine, so it's the heritage code, let's say, there is a mandatory obligation for the institutions, to the museums, to provide their legal data, so having a legal information on the object and different content. So we had to make these national databases where the feeding these databases is mandatory. So beside this legal aspect, we also have a role of aggregator. So basically we are a national aggregator. We have been mandated to collect the data for any cultural institution. And we also put in place a governance of many aggregators. So we are basically 3 national aggregators, one for libraries, one for archives, and one for the rest of the cultural heritage content. And we are really collaborating together, the 3 of us, and we also set a network of intermediary aggregators. So the idea is really that we need to share the efforts in collecting this data, in collecting quality data, and so that all this data can be reused in the most efficient way. And I think this is one of the key challenges for me, because if we set up multiple players, so those multiple players need to have the same keys of playing, let's say, same rules of playing in the playground. So basically that means shared standards, shared terminologies, and a well-defined governance. We are speaking about data challenges, but if you don't have the governance that go with it, the governance on the entity responsible for the data, collecting it and sharing it and maintaining those data, and also the governance of the standards themselves and the terminologies, this couldn't work. So these are really the key elements, because it's not only about technical aspects. The technical aspect for sure is important, but the human aspect and the kind of policy and governance and organization is really important. I would like also to say that the data sharing at national level can be already very challenging, because you have this diversity and heterogeneity of data already at national level among the different sectors. So imagine that at European level, it's only getting higher and higher. And our way to deal with this challenge and this multiplicity is to say that we are not going to change the way you deal with your data, your internal data model for your data, but what we would like you to provide us is the standardized way of sharing your data. And basically, this difference between the conceptual model on the database and the standard way to share the data is a key component, because then you can make sure that everyone can fit in it. And this is why we had this strategy of having a standard based on an international standard called LIDO, Lightweight Information Describing Object, And our strategy is to have this model with some specific elements that we can customize, so really to integrate all this aspect of provenance. This way, any cultural sector can fit in it, and we can make sure that we are gathering data in an harmonized way without compromising the quality of the data, because aggregation usually means getting to a common denominator, the larger common denominator, but then you reduce the quality. So this was a way to compromise between getting a lot of data in the easiest way and efficient way without reducing the quality of this data. And for us, the key challenge is not only to communicate and raise awareness on this element with of course, the cultural institution, but also with the vendors, because at some point you need to get the whole chain of people involved in producing the data, in sharing the data, so that you can actually get to the point.
Thank you very much, Marie-Véronique. I think you touched also an interesting matter that is also the quality of the data and the standardization. I mean, there are two main points also in making interoperable our data. I would like also to hear from Feja, because he's also involved in collaboration with ministries, but you also work for a project, Aurora project. So I would like to ask you also your point of view about data and key challenges in your daily work, please.
Well, I mean, I have to emphasize that it's a nice thing to hear when you have a centralized authority to manage, but we being a decentralized country, me coming from a decentralized country, it's really difficult to agree on anything, even how we call things. So in that sense, like the problem, the first problem that we have is the misunderstanding of the metadata. That I would, because data and metadata are kind of different, and I'm sorry, I'm an academic, so I insist on precision. So most of our heritage in terms of museums and archaeologists don't understand what metadata is, what its purpose is. They view it in a different way, which I completely understand. But then the problem becomes even greater when the lobbying goes on in 14 different elements of the country. So even if we reduce it to the mid-level, which is basically two administrative entities, then it becomes an issue of ethnicity and stuff like that, and the language. So for us, it's even a question of describing this data in 3 different languages that are official languages, which are Slavic languages, very similar, but then people get really touchy about things. So those are the levels where you have to work with ministries who mostly don't understand the science behind it, don't understand the value of it, and so on, and how then it impacts, for instance, law enforcement work. We have some cases of looting that was done inside of the institutions at the beginning of the 90s. And we still don't know where the artwork is. Or recent example of moving a very valuable book from the country without anyone's knowledge, under justification of conservation and preservation. I personally still don't know where it is. Some people know where it is, but basically the whole procedure of working with ministries was broken in that sense. It is a heritage related to Orthodox Church, but it's still a national monument, and it is preserved in a monastery. So all these issues become really important, even for me to get involved in this issue of interoperability. So we do have metadata, the international metadata standards that we don't mind using. As me as an information scientist, I don't mind using it, but then when I try to translate that into the situation in the field, then it's even hard to explain it to experts like the museologists who, again, what you mentioned, perceive, even data perceive differently in terms of what's valuable, what needs to be said, and so on, and they do push it on the boundary of qualitative instead of quantitative. while I'm more for just a question of knowing how much of something do we have, where it is located, and who's holding it, who's responsible for it. So those are, I think that's the starting point for everyone in the, at least Europe, if not wider international effort to agree on the basic metadata that we need, so we can actually have the basic stuff done there. The tacit knowledge that we have, like the provenance, is really an issue that exists since the ages, and it's related to decolonization of museums, which I will not refer to the French issue, but it is something that I think is still not standardized. So I would also like us to focus on that, just because that, I think, will solve a lot of issues in terms of law enforcement, but also ministries being in charge of or any other department within the government being in charge of tracing these artifacts. Aurora I wasn't involved that much in Aurora, I have to acknowledge, but except as a consultant on a couple of occasions, because I'm not an expert in the field that they were covering. But their efforts to get a different level of data that we can then translate into a computer code, in a sense, is, which I don't think they covered to an extent, is also part of this discussion. So how do we actually verify that the object we're looking at is the object that we're looking for, in a sense. So not in every case, but in some cases it can be done, but then you have conservation issues, and I know Aurora had these discussions with the examples they did, how damaging is this traceability to the object itself if you apply it directly to the canvas or any other material. So in that sense, there's a lot of work to be done, but on the basic metadata level, which I believe is still really dispersed, particularly in countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina, then this becomes an issue of willpower, but also human potential. So for us, it's really hard to even convince, like I'm working with a very specific museum that I would call archive more than a museum, because they mostly work with paper documents, and it's really hard to convince them to commit to one standard, to operationalize it, and then try to kind of disperse it within the wider museum community where it's possible, because most of them have at least some paper-based material, because they mostly come from historical sciences. And they never, they never encountered the issue of metadata. It's mostly about data, what does it mean, and then looking into the past. So those are all issues that I would say, I think being here for a day and a half is something that is a personal discovery for me, that we are not that far behind in terms of museology. So in that sense, it's a common work that we need to do. And National Museum, that was mentioned several times here as a partner of the project, that I would call ANCHISE, and is something that is close to my heart. I try to work with them, but if you get there, then you have natural sciences, you have ethnography, you have archaeology, and they cannot commit to one basic standard to say, okay, we need one database that at least tells us what we have. And that's our largest museum. So
this is
going to the final thing. Then going back to the ministries, it's really a disconnect that I'm trying, as an academic, I'm trying to kind of connect, but I'm not sure that anyone can do it alone. So we'll see.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think you touched also another issue that was touched this morning in the keynote speaker also feel that there are some museums that they lack also digital structures, metadata, so this is a problem. And it's a problem also, for example, for the aggregation, let's say, at the end. And I would like to pass on a level, an upper level, and to ask Xavier, because you are the leader of the ECOS, so the European initiatives, also dealing with the data tools. So I would like to know also from you the key challenges of your work.
Thank you, Valentina. Indeed, for me, the main challenge actually is to manage this project. It's not a simple affair. So not only the field of cultural heritage is multidisciplinary and generates heterogeneous data, but the communities in the field are fragmented and often working in a silo. And so the focal point that bring together both community and data is precisely the cultural heritage assets. And so the main challenge that we are trying to address for the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage that we are working to set up with ECOS is to provide a common collaborative digital data workspace for all cultural heritage professionals where they can contribute with their own data, their own tools and so on, and on a given cultural heritage asset to access the data of other professionals, other stakeholders, to create new data, and finally, ultimately, produce new knowledge on the digital cultural heritage assets. That is the main aim of the Cultural Heritage Cloud. And the main challenge is to bring together the practice of different communities. Not to homogenize them, but to offer consistent access to a shared digital ecosystem. The added value must be to make the process of working on cultural assets more robust in order to improve the conservation, the preservation, but also to produce new knowledge. So in this way, you know that there is a lot of initiative at different levels. There is a lot of European projects in different sectors, some of them in clusters, here about the illicit trafficking, but I know there is also, for example, in another side, a cluster of gaming, and gaming is dealing with cultural heritage data, because they are very interesting for the exploitation of that. There is also some project on tourism and so on, and they are all dealing with the contents about the cultural heritage assets. There is also other level of initiative at national level, and we saw with the two ministries represented here that there is a very, very strong involvement and structured initiative for sharing data at this national level. And the challenge is to bring together, to give access through the same single entry point, but the same digital environment, to connect all this existing initiative for share on the same kind of, like a backbone, a same kind of what we call a knowledge base inside ECOS. Of course, you know very well that, Valentina, because you are working on, but the axis around which all these different initiatives will be connected, not to centralize all the information, but to give the access to the end user, for the stakeholders, to the possibility to access at all the things where they are. And we know that the cultural heritage goods are sometimes very in different places, but are coming from the same site at the origin. And with this kind of digital environment, we must give access to the stakeholders, to the professional, the possibility to work in the same digital environment with the different information coming from maybe from a museum, from an archaeological reserve, and so on, and also with other kind of data like archive, writing sources, and so on the same asset through this environment.
Thank you very much. Yes, you focus on different projects, multidisciplinarity. So also this is important how we connect the different data and the different data coming from different projects. So I would like to ask Maria Claudia also from your overview of the European Commission, what are the key challenges that you identified in this field?
So, hi everybody, and thanks again for inviting me. I will have many inputs to share with you. First, from my previous experience. Again, I already shared with you yesterday morning, I'm not expert in cultural heritage. My main expertise is on data, and I was managing quite big projects in my previous life, I would say. One of the most challenging was during COVID, when COVID came in Italy, and I was working for the Prime Ministry, and I was leading the data infrastructure team. And we had to really face a multidisciplinary issue, like more or less illicit trafficking. We have to analyze data from mobility, data from citizen, data from the hospital, so many diverse and different information. And then, little by little, we try to work together with the researchers like you, academics, and we try to understand how to harmonize these data that are so different and so distant, and try to find compromise. So, compromise is always a key word. Then I was working in the Commission. I was spending also a lot of time in implementing a tool to detect dangerous product, so not illicit traffic and cultural goods, but something similar. And this tool is running all day, basically crawling all the web and try to identify dangerous objects that are on the markets, like Amazon, marketplaces, online, and whatever. And here again, we had to agree on specific standards, but also on common keywords and high-value data set. Now I'm in this new field, in this cultural heritage field, and I'm learning a lot from you. I'm reading a lot. I'm also trying to compare results from the different projects. What I see is, first, then you can contradict me, I'm very happy. I think there is a strong need of start implementing data governance in the research institutes, first of all. So, yes, you need to compare data, but also in your own institute, you need to understand that there are specific roles and responsibility. For example, data stewardship, to have a data steward that is the one that will be around the table when you are going to start a new project with someone else from another institute that has clearly in mind the list of data set you have in your institutions, how they can be accessed. Are they available through a Sparkle endpoint, APIs, or maybe just a PDF or an Excel file? So data governance, concretely implemented, could be a very good way of try to avoid this, I would say, issue in speaking the same language, that I see as a big difficulty. Then the other challenge that I see, also in these 2 days, it was so interesting to speak a lot with you, that there is no common agreement on how to classify data. That's what I understood. And I was also telling to some of you, you are so lucky, maybe you don't realize this, but you are not in a domain where you have the industry and the private players that are really challenging you and chasing you, telling, look, we need to go to the market, we need to agree on standards. So you are this big community of researchers around the same table, so you must find an agreement in terms of core vocabulary, reference data, taxonomy, thesaurus, and speak the same language. So I don't know which is the challenge here. I think because it's very multidisciplinary work, but you are not the only one. If you go outside, you see that also think about the mobility sector or the wicked problems like immigration, climate change. You need to have people from very different backgrounds together, and they need to speak the same language. Then, in terms of, I would say, another interesting challenge that I see raising from your discussion is there is a lack of data. And you know better than me, the good quality data is the main ingredient for training good AI models. So for illicit trafficking, computer vision algorithms are key. Identify images, and to have this good algorithm, you need to have good data. So I see this as a big challenge, and I see this as a kind of urgent topic to address. Lastly, going more closely to the European Commission work, what I see is that sometimes we don't see your voice in the big consultation that we open. For example, in November, in December, before, there was this consultation about AI for science. And this is the place where academics and researchers like you can share their recommendation for the institution. And specifically this program, AI for Science, and the other similar ones, are really trying to target data gaps and to understand how to support you in this process. So these are some of my main, let's say, idea, but there are many others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You also mentioned technical problems, multidisciplinary problems. Of course, this is when we talk about data, maybe we can say there are three main aspects to be considered. That is the technical one. You mentioned the IPR, the technical aspects, data formats, API you mentioned as well, and also the social one, that is also the last point that you mentioned. So I would like to ask another question, and I would like to know from Marie-Véronique, we start from you again. So your opinion about the key improvements that we can make in this field within, of course, the inter and multidisciplinary dialogue, considering also heterogeneous data that we have in the cultural heritage field, and specifically, for example, for the illicit trafficking. Please.
Yes, thank you. I would like maybe to contradict you a bit that having an agreement on the terminologies and the frameworks is going to be complicated. We can't even manage to get to agree on how we pronounce ANCHISE, right? So I guess we have a lot of work to do. And maybe a way to deal with this lack of agreement, because when you come to a ministry, and I guess it's very true for every member state, there is not competition, but a way of dealing with your own objects that is different from one department to another. And you can tell them you should agree, and at the end of the day, it's not about who is winning and you are not in a playground. So the way to deal with that is actually to say, okay, so there are new possibilities now. You can use semantic interoperability. You don't have to choose. You don't have to say, okay, you are the best, so we are going to use your terminology. You can actually say this is equivalent to this other term. And this is the way to deal with it. And also, I think it was yesterday, Maria mentioned the fact that when in the context of illicit trafficking, people are not using the professional terms, they are using the common language terms. So for that, you need also to take into account to go beyond your own professional scope and really tackle the fact that you need to interconnect with other more general language terminologies and to make sure that it's also multilingual, because this is another aspect to take into account. About the key challenges in interoperability, I would like also to come back to something that was mentioned during the roundtable on the user feedback yesterday, which is basically institutions that they don't have time, they don't have money. So basically they have some data, they don't have the time or the energy or even the skills to provide this data in a proper way. And I think this is also where the aggregators come into place, because they can be really a good intermediary in order to raise awareness and also give also the key elements, also maybe parts of infrastructure to help and support the institutions. And also, maybe this is another aspect also, is that as they don't have time and they don't have the skills and they have some legal obligation, as I mentioned earlier, they don't have the time to do a specific export of data for the specific purpose of illicit trafficking, and they are not going to use the multiple tools. For example, we have seen there are many tools in the ANCHISE. One person dealing with that is not going to use one tool after another one. They want something that is integrated and that is interoperable. So this is also why, as an aggregator, Xavier mentioned the European cloud, collaborative cloud. There is the data space for cultural heritage. We are an aggregator that is mandated to provide data to the European Common Data Space for Cultural Heritage. So our main focus is really the workflows. Basically, you get to the institutions and you say, okay, you provide your data only once. And once you provide your data, based on the standard and the exchange standard we are providing, the ecosystem, the cloud of, let's say, the knowledge graph that we are providing to you, you need to provide only one export of data. So the effort that you have to put is actually on how you curate this data. And we have a lot of work not only on the technical side of things, it's really also on raising awareness. Because institutions, basically, they are managing their catalogs, they are managing their data. Often the use case, the very concrete use case of fighting against illicit traffic is something that is out of their mind and out of their scope. I think it was mentioned also yesterday. So basically, we need also to say, okay, the data that you are creating now, managing on your collection management system, it's going to be reused in another context. So you need to put attention to that. For our national aggregator, this is also why, which is called Ribambelle, because we have a nice name. So the strategy for deploying this standard is also, this is an international standard, but we decided to translate it and we published it in French. So this way it is also easier for the institution to get it and to get a knowledge with it. And so, as I mentioned, there is a communication towards the institutions, but also towards the vendors, because there is this economic aspect that if there is customers, let's say, market, so the vendors will develop this solution and they will support the deployment of this standard. And for us is also the idea that you need to have an harmonized way of how you describe a stolen object. So basically, the agreement on what you were saying, the provenance that can cover many aspects, which is also in the context of colonial heritage, for example, restitution. You need to make sure that you can get an agreement, or at least an interoperability grid, let's say, on the main concept. And basically, I think this is also one of the most valuable input from, or at least on my side. I'm not saying the rest is not, but from the ANCHISE project, I think the work that has been done on the Guardian CH on the description of how you can describe concretely an object if it's stolen, if it's put in an auction or something like that, is like a kind of a grid of description that could be really easily added as an extension of any standards, basically. And this is something that is most valuable because then you can make sure that you can have interoperability between the databases, from the aggregator, and also at the open level with the cloud and the data space that could tackle this kind of information. So for me, I would say that the key challenge for me is there is the digital transformation of the cultural sector, for example, where you really need to focus on data is important, but it's important to know why data is important and what it is useful for. And then also provide the key elements, like the tools, they would come and go, but the data, they are meaning to stay. So we need really to focus on the quality of the data and shared framework for the standards, for the terminologies, and the rest.
Thank you very much. So you talk also about awareness. I was thinking if, for example, for Maria Kseni, also this could be a key improvement in the sector, and I would like to know about your suggestions for key improvements in the field.
Yes, awareness. Sorry, thank you. Awareness about everything, Awareness about shared understanding and standards, and also awareness how data is exchanged in practice, because theory is one thing and everyday practice is another, and we need to talk together to see and understand why we share irregular and project-based and dependent on personal contacts information, which is not the right way to share it. And ANCHISE, of course, is a good step towards that. Networks, create networks. ANCHISE is also the best example for that. And another key issue, besides what my colleague already said, is trust and legal clarity. Because many also organizations support sharing in theory but hesitate in practice. I also go back again to the same question, because they worry about responsibility, misuse of data, legal consequences, and this is also something that we need to work on by raising awareness and having dialogue, and of course also create skills and improve skills, because technology cannot do everything. Technology does not work alone, especially in our field. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned trustness. This is also another big topic that could be also connected, for example, with the verifiability of data. So I would like to know from you, Maria Claudia, what are the key improvements, if there is something that we can do also on this direction, please.
Yes, thank you. I agree. I think we should invest a lot in trainings. It seems maybe a bit obvious, but it's not, because when you have different people that don't know, how to classify information, really starting from the basic, because now it's a good moment with all this AI hype we have around us. I think it's one advantage is that we should start focusing again on the foundation, that is data. And that's a good opportunity to understand the different personas behind the user journey and identify their needs. So you have probably the people working in the museum that maybe they are not at all digital savvy, and they need to understand how to input data. From the expert like you, the researchers, they need to understand how to really create fair data. Though that's a different level of speaking the same language. So trainings, definitely yes. Then, in December, the Commission published a new report on possible mitigation measure for illicit trafficking, action. And it's very interesting. This was mainly curated by DG Home, Home Affairs. And if you spend some time reading this report, you can easily understand that the policy framework, that is always the basics, is already there. So you have regulation where you can try to suggest improvement, for example, establishing a single registry at European level of cultural goods. Then there is a new improvement from July, if I'm not wrong, where DG Taxud, basically the customs, are also now tracking digital information about importing cultural goods in digital format. So I strongly recommend you to read this study. And then, again, I would personally recommend you to kind of cross-fertilize your team with people from a complete different domain. So they can bring some innovative way of thinking, but also experience that in other different contexts were successful. I'm thinking about exactly a good example of implementation of data governance, where data stewards were identified, where data catalog with metadata, paradata were created and accessible and made reusable. Then in terms of improvement, again, about people, try to foster collaboration between all the different communities we have in this room. So yesterday I was spending some time speaking about how archaeologists are collecting data, no? And some people here were telling me, you know, we don't have a specific way of identifying the provenance, so we don't agree on this. So, yeah, people first, then technologies always work.
Yes, right. I would like to ask now Xavier, because I think in the context of the European Collaborative Clouds for Cultural Heritage, you are definitely dealing with all this matter that we are discussing today. So I would like to know your thoughts about the improvements that we have to make in the context of the European initiatives, along with the European projects as well.
Yes, and indeed the case indubitably the data sharing. This means resolving issue of interoperability between data, tools, application, but more generally the interoperability of digital systems set up by different community and different projects. And overall, everyone agree of the kind of standards. There is difference, we know, but the standards and the norm used for cultural heritage is quite the same, generally the same. For example, the Sidox-RM is the ontology mainly commonly used by the cultural heritage communities. With the cultural heritage cloud, we propose to the establishment of a single entry point based on the principle of distributed architecture on the one hand, and on a knowledge base as the hub of the cloud and interoperability with the other initiative and for the other project. This is not only a technical issue, but also a socio-technical issue, because the way to improve the interoperability in all dimensions, technological, content, and so on, is to build a socio-technical ecosystem with the involvement of the stakeholders. So Maria Claudia say people first, and I think it's very the main message. As Marie-Véronique say, we need not only to ensure the interoperability of data, but also of the workflow. And for that, in order to provide to the end user the availability of tools, applications, services, according to their needs. So it's not a problem if there is several tools to resolve the same task, in the condition of each of these tools are interoperable with the other and also able to deal with data and to produce data interoperable in the future. So the key is how we can, on the technological part, how we can have the same access to connect the different tools and to produce something that we can redistribute in the other tools and readable for all. But one more time, the involvement of the community is the key to improve the whole of the process. And I think that the capacity building activities in each different community, each project, is the main issue to develop and to develop together, because we need also to have some kind of interoperability between this action of capacity building.
Thank you very much. And the last one for Feja. I mean, if you share the same idea of key improvements, or if you have to propose something else.
Well, I mean, I agree. I mean, on technological side, we have, I think, more than enough solutions to achieve interoperability. So coming from XML, DTD to APIs and stuff. So it's not something, as long as we agree on the technological side, what means what, we're done. But the human side is really the most important in terms of cooperation, of understanding the importance of data, as you mentioned, coming from the open data community. I completely understand your ailments in your previous life, but even now. So in that sense, it is something that on my side, what I can contribute is that we, like on the academic side, we have an issue of starting from somewhere. So we're always kind of stuck in the past, and I think we need to do like a cold cut and say, okay, now we have some agreement, there are some initiatives, let's talk to the students and insert them into the community, and then it's their job to advocate and together with us. So we have a starting point. Otherwise, we will meet again in a year or 10 years, and we will talk the same talk, because we need to start from somewhere. So the social aspect is really important, and with students we can achieve something as long as they kind of have a starting point in their life where we say, okay, this is now the structure, so go out and do it. Otherwise, we will not prepare them, for instance, to get into the community and contribute with their own thinking, as you all mentioned, all you mentioned actually, that we need to insert people who are not coming from these fields, which is always good, but then there's a whole range of legal issues and touchy feelings about who should do what. So yes, we should introduce a concept of systems museologists, systems archivists, just as well as we already have a systems librarian who understands the technological side, but also is very much on the social side and humanities side. So that's my contribution to improvement.
Thank you very much. I have the last questions. I ask you to be brief because time is running. According to the things that we discussed, which recommendations you suggest to address better in an interoperable and collaborative way the three grand challenges of cultural heritage, so protection, conservation, valorization in Europe? I would start from Xavier, since the collaborative cloud, so please.
From the ECO's point of view, for the Cultural Heritage Cloud, my first recommendation, my main recommendation is to define for each actor, each project, if a cluster of project, the degree of integration that they want to share with the other. And for that, we have defined for the cloud, for the Cultural Heritage Cloud, 3 levels of integration of the different projects. Because, as you know, probably, the ECOS project has also sister project. There is actually 13 projects running, and 8 are coming in the further months, so we are more than 20 projects connected directly to the cloud, but we are also in touch with a lot of other projects, and we aim to connect past, actual, and maybe future projects on cultural heritage inside this Cultural Heritage Cloud as a single entry point that I say. But for that, we need to describe, to precise, which is the degree of integration that you are according to share. The first one for us is a tactical integration, only to connect a storage strategy with some strategic goals. The second one is a strategic integration with the interoperability strategy, with more connection and more semantically aligned, and I think it's the best one. And the third one is a transformational integration as a digital common strategy to ensure that we are totally agree on the connection with the knowledge base to produce, when we work on digital cultural heritage assets, we are also able to enrich the knowledge base himself. So it's the end of the circle and the virtual circle.
Thank you very much. So you mentioned also the European initiatives, the different sister projects. So I would like to know also from the perspective of the European Commission about the European research and innovation policies, so the recommendations that you have for this matter.
Yeah, I would say that, in the context of cluster 2, that is the one where the project ANCHISE is, but also where the cloud is, we see a lot of projects, sometimes very similar. And for example, 2 days ago, I was in a kickoff of one of them, Infinity, that it's exactly on data, linked data knowledge graph for cultural heritage. So this is just one example because it's been started a few days ago. So my recommendation is that we would like to see from you, from the research community, clear indication in terms of standards that should not something imposed by the institution at all, because it's not a top-down approach, but should be a bottom-up approach. And when we are always asking for feedback to policy feedback recommendation, this is exactly the kind of the contribution we are looking for. So I understand that sometimes it could be very difficult for you as an academics to understand, maybe to be a bit low, to say a bit lower in the real context. But in terms of data, we really need to understand the basic in terms of high-value data set, so which are the must data set we should have. And there is a big umbrella of policy initiative, the EU data strategy. It's really, really, really good. I was working before from the national level, and I can tell you that there was a strong commitment from specific domains to push for this high-value data set. For example, there is one about business companies, and there is an harmonized data set that it's mandatory from each member states, where you can compare this information, okay? Why not? Why we don't have anything from the cultural field? This is my question. So try to really push for this kind of improvement, because all the policy framework is ready. There is the different, look at the Data Governance Act. This is the role of data intermediaries, okay? People that can share data between private and public, academics, university, research center. There is the new AI for strategy on the table, where there are a lot of funding for data gaps, to cover data gaps. So really the recommendation from my side is to start being a little bit less theoretical, be a bit more pragmatical in terms of agree on standards, and then we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So also you mentioned the bottom-up approach. I think also this is an important point. And for these reasons, I would like to listen the recommendations from people working with museums and ministries. So Feja, if you have some recommendation about it.
Yeah, I'll just stick it to 2 words, so I'm brief. So we use the word interoperability a lot, and now you inspired me actually to actually say about comparability. So that's the key word. So it's how can we compare data in terms of not making them apples and pears, and then this is something I guess personal, because I'm so involved with my PhD thesis right now, which is talking about apple mediation as such, so which is basically transferring, like teaching people, standing beside them to define the context for them, but on a common ground. So like still having some comparability involved, maybe not interoperability, and that's something that I think is the key point for the future, where we will be able to have a common ground and find common language through apple mediation, more than intermediation or anything else.
Thank you very much. And the same question to Maria Kseni, if you have any recommendation.
Well, in our view, interoperability should be treated as a basic infrastructure like roads or electricity. Thank you. This means that there should be also a sustained investment in those shared foundations, like in common semantic models, trusted reference lists for places, names, vocabularies, APIs, etc. A second thing is that we would like to stress is that looking ahead, the most important thing is to stop producing project-by-project tools. We should have digital platforms, as we have, but also sustain them, not letting them disappear after project ends. We think this is very important because there has been a lot of investment in them, human investment, technological investment, money, and this I think is an important point. And those projects also should prioritize flexible and modular solutions rather than a large all-in-one system. More or less, those three things would be enough.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, our Marie-Véronique. So if you have any recommendation.
Thank you. Yes, this is challenging because the landscape is very fragmented. So we have a cloud, we have a data space, we have AI factories, and in this very intergalactic framework, we don't need flying cars. We need rockets, actually. So the thing is that in this very fragmented context, we also lacking the funding because the funding is also very fragmented. The competition is getting higher and higher. Ministries and institutions, they have also less and less money. So I would like to, if I have a recommendation, the commission, they published, it was led by the DGEAC, but all directions were involved. The commission published the digital compass, the cultural compass, sorry. And in this cultural compass, there is aspect related to digital, and the fight against illicit trafficking is mentioned there. And then there is the multi-annual financial framework that is coming up. And for me, if I have one recommendation is to have consistency in the funding schemes, complementarity between what is funded. Because it is okay to have tools that do almost the same things with slight differences, but in a context where the stakes are that high, fighting against illicit trafficking, protecting our heritage, I think it's a too high a stake to just allow ourselves to use the public money in a way that is kind of wasting efforts and also taking not very sober digitally because we are multiplying some tools that are possibly doing the same things. So for me, it's the interoperability is also financial in a way because we need also to collaborate all together for the same effort. And also to collaborate and to have a complementarity between what is funded and what is managed at national level with the European level. And for that, I would say that we also need to get back to the basics at some point because we mentioned the importance of data. And I mean, there is no funding at this moment for the funding of digitization, for example, at European level. It is very much relying on member states, and some of the member states, they are not putting effort on digitization because there are other priorities. I mean, at some point, if we want to train AI model, if you want to speak about AI or whatever, and also the data, you need to get to the basics and have digitization to get supported.
Thank you very much. I thank you all our speakers, and if you have any questions, please.
Yes, we'll take I think another 10 minutes Q&A session. So please, if you can address question to our speakers, you're welcome.
Okay. I was hesitating because I'm a bit an outsider in this context. I'm not coming from archaeology or it works, yeah? Okay. Marco Rendina, the European Fashion Heritage Association. You talked a lot about data governance, which I think, of course, is quite crucial. I was wondering if, and you also talked about AI here and there. I was wondering if, especially at member state level, are you thinking about, also the Commission level, to put together the two, so data governance in respect to AI. So I think that, and this is also about data sovereignty, I think that our European cultural heritage data and metadata are exposed to the suck of big tech companies coming and getting what they can get without any acknowledgement, without any kind of limitation. Yeah, I know that there is the AI Act with the opt-out system and things like this, but I think that this is not working. There's no operationalization of this. So I was wondering if this is something that you see as an issue, or is something you are not looking at, in the sense that the fact that our cultural heritage data and metadata have been and will be reused in private black boxes without any possibility of control. It's something that worries you, or something that is in your radar, or not?
You're looking at me, so I guess it is for me. Actually, yes, this is completely under our radar, and the problem is that we don't have any solution, because it's kind of bipolar for the Ministry of Culture in France specifically, because we are preaching for open data, but also in some other direction there is a stronger importance of the droit d'auteur, so the property rights. So there is this tension, and I think now, especially with AI, with the fact that even if there is the framework, the regulation that is there also ready, anyone can do anything with your data, and basically is it still a valid point to open completely everything? So this is a question that we are having, and also we are also trying to get some reflection on how we can also implement the regulation also at all level, but without compromising this openness, because I think that would be another issue, because there is one of the key points of the open data is also that you can avoid the fake news, the propaganda, because this is all open, this is for everyone there. So there is this tension between completely opening and restricting that is under discussion, and we don't have any solution right now, but we know that this is an issue. And this is also for us what is kind of difficult to apprehend right now, because there is this interoperability between the data spaces, because when you ask an institution to provide the data, to get it to the data space and the cloud possibly, so what happened to this data once it's there? The data from the data space is at some point supposed to go to the AI factories, for example. But for the moment, there is no so much clarity about the regulation that will be done with the data labs and this landscape. So also, when we get back to the institution, we don't have all the answers, and I think this is also one issue, because when you ask the data, you should be able also to say, okay, this is the use that will be done with your data. And for the moment, we don't have this clarity.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Please.
I like how underneath all of this is the call to share data, which is somewhat challenging either within a country or internationally. Do you have any recommendations for, based on your own experiences, of initiating that initial level of trust to say this is worthwhile to share data, especially in a context where you're funded or not, honestly? Just how do you initiate that conversation to facilitate trust building for sharing data in cultural heritage?
Thank you. We can organize a choral answer.
I mean, with all this, like when we entered into this era of AI, I was really, as an academic, I was really discouraged to even write anything, which doesn't mean I wasn't encouraged before, but I'm really now discouraged. So the trust is an issue, especially in small countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina or other smaller cultures. It's always a balance between like what can you do with the data that you provide, because there are always bigger players that have more capacity to ingest your data and do something with it. But even within the country, the communities, the cultural heritage communities are really dispersed in terms of funding, for instance. So if there's no public funding, then they're trying to find a new way to fund themselves, which is usually with this data. And then there's always, I'm a big open source proponent. So even with anything that is publicly funded should be then released to the public. So if EU or any state level, whatever, funds software development, then it should be free and open source. Same goes with the data, but it is about trust. So I don't have an answer because I see that even my students, when I'm working with them, are more aware of the issues related to sharing their personal data on the web, but they still don't, like, they are becoming more conservative, which is concerning for me in a sense, because we need this data. So we need to treat it as a commons. So I think you mentioned the commons, and it is I think there's a project called Museum Commons now. So that's something that we need to still resist from being this term that I kind of apart from the term that I'm really get goosebumps, which is balkanization of internet. The second one is the data sovereignty. I understand the concept, but let's not be China in that sense. So like nothing against China in a sense of culture, but it's just like let's not do these compartmentalizations. So we have, like I said, Bosnia-Herzegovina is small, and if we do the things that we have done so far, then the story about Bosnia-Herzegovina will be told, for instance, on Europeana by a fashion museum in Antwerp or National Library of Serbia, which is great, but still, like, we need to contribute with our own data so we have some kind of sovereignty, but in a sense that we have something to contribute so other people don't tell stories about us, which I, again, do not object to, but it's still like we should also do it. So that's my incentive to do the sharing and not closing the data environment. Particularly if we go into this illicit trafficking, then there's no way we will solve the problem if we just become very conservative and closed off. And then I trust you, I'll give you the data, but I don't trust whatever. Someone, I don't want to offend anyone, so I won't give them the data because whatever, I just don't like them. So that's something that we need to resist to. It is hard, and that's why I like that you mentioned that the social technological part, the social part is important. The trust is important, and the only way we can do it is by having dialogues and conversations. If we silo each other, then no one will benefit. We will, like, and I will finish with this. Like, I'm always surprised on the EU level how much the cultural exchange hasn't happened. So the Germans don't know anything about French culture, nor the French know anything about German culture, which means no one knows about Stendhal or Goethe, while in Bosnia-Herzegovina we know more about European culture than our national culture. So whenever I talk about Goethe or Mickiewicz or anyone influencing Bosnian culture, I always encounter a wall of people who are in cultural heritage that don't even know who these people are. Very old people, but never mind. But still, that's what will our data conservatism produce. We will not understand each other even more than we don't understand each other now.
Thank you so much.
Can I say just something quickly?
Yes, sure.
Because maybe it could be interesting for you. Maybe you heard about the DSA, Digital Service Act. It's basically, just to keep it very simple, sorry colleagues, it's a new rule where the big platform like big marketplace, but also Facebook, LinkedIn, X, they must open their data for research purposes. So in your case, you are researchers, there is a trust agreement between these big providers and research academics and researching topics. So the idea is that for the illicit trafficking issue, this could be a very good input to understand, so specifically on the online channels, how specific kind of trends are moving, how the transactions are kind of set up. So this could be a concrete example. It's already working in other domain. For example, I'm doing this for the democracy projects where we are analyzing polarization of debate in the social media, and this could be also used in the topic of illicit trafficking.
But
so
only
it's
for EU institutions.
no, for the academics.
I'm not sure that so far, as I understood, it's like I need to be affiliated with the EU academic institution in order to access Facebook metadata.
You need to be part of a EU institution, yes, but then if you're part of a Euro Horizon project, you can do it.
Yeah,
so,
but like if I want to do it from University of Sarajevo, then it's harder because we don't fall under DSA.
Yeah.
I think that we have already the topics for the next conference. Thank you, Valentina. Thank you for our speakers for sharing with us your experience and your recommendations. And I will allow myself to mention one conclusion: human first, and after that the tools and the techniques will arrive. Thank you.